Chapter 51:10. Boom. Rumble, oh woo, oh woo. Just as the two of them reached the edge of the sealed void and were about to cross it, the heavenly punishment of the primordial void finally descended. At that moment, the sound of thunder shook the heavens, but there was no tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning. Everything was like an illusion. It didn't seem to exist on the surface, but in fact, there were two invisible and terrifying forces that instantly blasted the primeval heavens I and Longjing, who were fleeing in different directions. Ching, in an instant, the two old fellows were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Their shrill cries shook the heavens. Boom. Rumble, oh woo, oh woo. At that moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar, although there was no tribulation cloud in the sky, no thunderbolt, and no bolt of tribulation lightning, there was an extremely terrifying force descending, just as the green eye of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land and the dragon whale rushed to the edge of the sealed void and was about to cross the boundary. The heavenly punishment of the primordial void had finally descended. Everything in front of them looked like an illusion, as if nothing existed on the surface. But in fact, there were two invisible terrifying forces. In an instant, they fiercely bombarded the two old fellows who were fleeing in different directions. In an instant, their huge bodies were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Shrill and miserable howls entered the ears of the two old fellows. It was too tragic. It was just one strike, and there wasn't even any thunderbolt or tribulation lightning, but the primeval heavens I and Longjing were already half dead. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies instantly dropped by half. This was clearly a sign that they were seriously injured. It was indeed the heavenly punishment of the primordial void. It was invisible, but its power was extremely terrifying. Even the mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from the devouring treasure body was far from this power. This, the heavenly punishment's power, had most likely risen to a higher level. It was a power above the heavenly Tao realm. If not, it wouldn't have been able to reduce the primeval heavens I and Longjing to such a state with just one strike. He knew that they were all late-stage existences at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. Roar. Screech. As this wave of heavenly punishment fell, the primeval heavens I and the dragon whale finally rushed out of the edge of the sealed void with the help of this terrifying force. After feeling that the void around them suddenly loosened, the two old men's eyes instantly burst out with surprise. Without the slightest hesitation, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a ruthless howl. In an instant, they fully activated the power that had fallen into decline in their bodies. He, they were really scared now. That attack just now came out of nowhere and there was no way to dodge it. Namely, no matter how powerful the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was, one could at least see the trajectory of the lightning bolts and tribulation lightning bolts. At the very least, one could sense the terrifying power crashing down. However, the primordial heavenly punishment that had struck them did not leave a single trace behind. They did not sense anything at all before it struck them. They merely felt as if they had been locked onto by a mysterious force. Furthermore, what was even more serious was that the heavenly punishment's power was just too terrifying. Only after it struck them did they truly sense its might. It was definitely a terrifying force that exceeded the heavenly Tao realm. Although it was shocking, on careful thought, it was to be expected. The primordial chaos void's level far exceeded great worlds like the primordial wilderness. The heavenly Tao wills of existences like the primordial wilderness great world were instantly reduced to the level of ordinary heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial chaos void. Compared to other cosmos experts, they were only slightly stronger in terms of cultivation level. Just this point alone was enough to tell the difference between them. As such, the strongest heavenly Tao realm forces of such great worlds would naturally fall to the pinnacle of the pyramid in the primordial chaos void. Although they were still powerful and left others looking up to them, they were definitely no longer at the strongest level. While, at present, the heavenly punishment that the primordial chaos void had sent down was most likely at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos void's power level. It was at least a full realm stronger than the heavenly Tao realm, or even more. This, even the primeval Heaven's Eye and Dragon Whale had no idea what this realm was. However, there was one thing they knew. If another wave of similar heavenly punishment powers were to come, they would definitely be heavily injured and on the brink of death. They might even lose the chance to escape and could only stay there and struggle. If another 2 waves were to come, the third wave of heavenly punishment's power would descend upon them. Without any suspense, they would immediately perish on the spot. Phew! With fear, the 2 of them activated teleportation in an instant while fully activating the power in their bodies. Accompanied by 2 extremely weak sounds of breaking through the air, the green vertical eye that was as huge as a star and the dragon whale that was as big as it turned into fine light in the blink of an eye and disappeared on the spot. Boom! Rumble, just as the 2 of them left, the rumbling sound of thunder rang out in the void again. Part 1. The second wave of heavenly punishment descended. It was still formless, without any lightning or tribulation. However, the void where the primeval Heaven's Eye and Dragon Whale were standing collapsed into a black hole. Immediately after, under the influence of the primordial chaos void's laws, it quickly repaired itself. Thus, fortunately, the 2 old fellows had escaped quickly. Otherwise, the second wave of heavenly punishment's power would clearly be stronger than the first wave. Their previous estimate of being able to withstand 3 waves of heavenly punishment's power was clearly wrong. Looking at the second wave of heavenly punishment's power, if it struck them, it would be enough to kill them on the spot. They would not have the chance to see the third wave of heavenly punishment's power descend. Very quickly, soon, as the aura of living beings in the void disappeared completely, the rumbling thunder in the void also stopped. This was clearly the rhythm of the dissipation of the heavenly punishment. After all, the primordial chaos void was not like the primordial world and the other great worlds, where the will of the heavenly Tao had a concrete incarnation. Therefore, after not being able to sense the aura of living beings in the targeted area, the so-called heavenly punishment instantly stopped. In the distance to the right, in the dark void 1,000,000,000,000 miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a huge green vertical eye like a star appeared in an instant. It was the primeval Heaven's Eye. In his current state of serious injury, a distance of 1,000,000,000,000 miles in the void was already the limit of his teleportation with all his strength. Here, as soon as his figure appeared, the primeval Heaven's Eye immediately extended the power of his divine sense behind him. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, and that the invisible heavenly punishment of the primordial chaos void had not locked onto him, he let out a long sigh of relief, and the heart that was in his throat instantly fell back. Damn it, this time I was almost killed by him. After confirming that he was out of danger, a cold light flashed in the huge vertical eye's eyes, and great hatred immediately surged into his heart. A low murmur sounded, revealing endless resentment and monstrous resentment. Not only did I waste half a year without any results, I even offended a Longjing of the same cultivation level as me. It's really a double loss. This matter is definitely not over yet. With that last sentence, he no longer hesitated and instantly tore open a crack in the void. His figure flashed, and he rushed into it, disappearing from sight. No matter how much he hated him, he couldn't go to the forbidden area of the magic hall to find trouble with Yi Xian. The most important thing now was to return to the forbidden area of the great desolate land and recover from his serious injuries. In another direction, in the void 1,000,000,000,000 miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the void. The Longjing's huge body that was like a star instantly appeared. Roar! As soon as he appeared, the Longjing raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. Phase compared to the primeval Heaven's Eye, the resentment in his heart was even stronger. Apart from the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he also had a strong resentment in his heart towards the primeval Heaven's Eye that couldn't be dispelled. But, now was obviously not the time to take revenge. The power of the Hong Meng heavenly punishment just now was too terrifying. In just a moment, he was seriously injured. Now that his cultivation level had dropped by nearly half, he had to immediately rush back to his nest to treat his injuries. Until after the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, and that shameless primeval Heaven's Eye, recovered from their injuries, he had plenty of time and opportunity to find trouble with them. By unexpectedly, the two of them had a forbidden area under their command. Even if the monk could escape, the temple couldn't escape. All this flashed through his mind, and the Longjing didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and rushed towards the right bank of the Milky Way. Until, after reaching the right bank, he still had to rush to the end of the right section of the right bank. From the end of the right bank, he had to go around the endless dark area to the left bank of the Milky Way, and then go to the Longjing forbidden area, which was located at the intersection of the middle and right sections of the left bank. Until the journey was extremely long. Even if he was in peak condition, he would need about a month or so. Now that he was reborn, he was afraid that he would need more than 2 months. He really couldn't delay any longer. Whoosh, whoosh, with a flash of light, Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared in the void. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. The interstellar coordinate jump point wasn't the base camp of the source nest star, but near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest doppelganger. Until this source nest star nurtured Yi Xian's doppelganger. At the same time, this source nest star was also the most powerful demon god among the 3,000 chaos demon gods nurtured by the Hongmeng void for the opening of the next era. Yi Xian had recently returned to the source nest star's base camp several times. Everything was normal, so he wasn't worried. However, this source nest star that nurtured his strongest doppelganger hadn't appeared for a long time. He took advantage of this opportunity to come and take a look. The interstellar coordinate jump point that he imprinted here wasn't far from the source nest star. After the jump was completed, Yi Xian circled the source nest star once. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he immediately felt relieved. Without hesitation, he immediately tore through the void and rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the right bank. This time, the primeval heavens I brought all the creatures of the entire chaos world into the Hongmeng void. The forbidden area of the chaos world was located on the left bank of the Milky Way. Yi Xian had already been there twice. If there was no other reason, the primeval heavens I naturally wouldn't come from the left bank to the right bank. After all, there was a Milky Way star field that couldn't be directly crossed between them. It was too far to go from the ends of the Milky Way star field to the right bank. But now that he had come to the right bank, he must have known the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall. First, when the Hongmeng heavenly punishment descended, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and left that place. Naturally, he didn't know what happened after that. Although it was said that the Hongmeng void's heavenly punishment was definitely extraordinary, he still had a feeling that this time, whether it was the primeval heaven's eye or the dragon whale that joined forces with him, it was unlikely that they would directly fall under the Hongmeng heavenly punishment. At most, they would be seriously injured. Under this situation, these two old fellows were in a rage. Coupled with the fact that they knew the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall, Yi Xian was really worried that they would fly into a rage out of humiliation and drag their seriously injured bodies to the forbidden area of the magic hall to take revenge. Therefore, Yi Xian had to rush back as soon as possible. As long as he was around and the two old fellows were seriously injured, they could just fight. Yi Xian was completely unafraid. Similarly, they were on the right bank. It wasn't too far from the source hive planet that nurtured his strongest avatar to the forbidden area of the magic hall. But even so, Yi Xian took 7 days to reach the edge of the forbidden area of the magic hall despite rushing at full speed. In front, the space in the surroundings was completely silent. There didn't seem to be any unforeseen events, causing Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, to instantly return to normal. Swoosh! Rumble! After entering the forbidden area of the magic hall, there was the sound of something tearing through the air ahead. There was even the rumbling of thunder. Pig Spirit, the devouring treasure body, and the Empyrean beast had all rushed over. The three of them were the 3 heavenly Dao realm experts that presided over the forbidden area of the magic hall. Naturally, they were the first to sense Yi Xian's arrival. They have actually broken through. The Empyrean beast's cultivation level was still at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian was not surprised. To reach the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm was clearly not something he could achieve in less than 2 years. However, after nearly 2 years, Pig Spirit and the devouring treasure body, who were only at the perfected desolate supremacy 9th stage back then, now had the combat strength of the heavenly Tao realm. It left him rather gratified. The devouring treasure body was fine since he was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying, allowing him to match a 4th stage heavenly Tao, his own cultivation level had only broken through by 1 stage. However, Pig Spirit was previously at the perfected desolate supremacy 9th stage, but now, he had reached the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was clearly an increase of 4 minor stages. It left Yi Xian somewhat flabbergasted. However, he quickly came to a realization. From the looks of it, the old fellow must have figured out the final 3 transformations of the Fiend Pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine power. Together with his cultivation level breaking through, his overall combat strength had increased by 4 minor stages. But in fact, his own realm was the same as Yi Xian's. He was still at the desolate supremacy realm and had yet to enter the true heavenly Tao realm. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot out and instantly transformed into Shi Wanjin's figure. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a first-stage heavenly Tao realm warrior. Ao Wu, what's the situation? This fellow was only at the early stage desolate supremacy 2 years ago. Why is he now at the first stage heavenly Tao realm? Pig Spirit's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As though he had been agitated, he raised his head and let out a long howl. His face was filled with displeasure. In 2 years, his overall combat strength had increased by 4 minor stages. He was originally feeling smug about it, but he never expected Shi Wanjin to increase by nearly an entire realm. It was truly a huge blow to him. Hurry up and enter seclusion. Refine all the 99 candies you previously devoured. Xian completely ignored Pig Spirit as he exhorted Shi Wanjin. Perhaps, after you completely refine them, your cultivation level and strength will increase explosively once again. He did not plan on leaving Shi Wanjin behind. He was going to be the 4th heavenly Tao realm expert to preside over the magic hall's forbidden zone while Yi Xian was not around. Shi Wanjin did not speak further. He was indeed in urgent need of seclusion, so he immediately turned and entered the depths of the magic hall's forbidden zone. He found an abandoned planet and began his seclusion. Ao Wu, what candies are so powerful? Eating 99 of them allowed him to break through a major realm? After Shi Wanjin left, Pig Spirit let out a long howl and immediately came in front of Yi Xian. He said with a bashful face, "Boss, this pig is gluttonous. This pig wants to eat candies too." Ao Wu, what candies are so powerful? Eating 99 of them allowed him to break through a major realm? Seeing Shi Wanjin's departing back, Pig Spirit let out a long howl and immediately came in front of Yi Xian. Clearly he was extremely excited as saliva nearly flowed out from the sides of his long beak. He begged Yi Xian with a bashful face, "Boss, this pig is gluttonous. This pig wants to eat candies too." There was really no one else like him. The old fellow's peak combat strength was already at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but he still had such a look on his face. It really made Yi Xian blush. He could not be bothered with him and directly rolled his eyes. Oh? Looking at the treasure-devouring body, Yi Xian instantly understood everything that had happened in the magic hall's forbidden zone more than half a year ago. His expression instantly turned gloomy as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The primeval heavens I actually sent the netherworld cauldron and 2 heavenly Tao realm existences. The treasure-devouring body and Empyrean beast were his devouring avatar and electronic avatar to begin with. There was no need to elaborate on the details and final outcome. Just a thought was enough for Yi Xian to understand everything. That's good too. Who knows if that's what fortune means? As he muttered softly, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. However, there is a saying that goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. My Devil Hall's forbidden area is not a place that anyone can casually come and take a stroll. There are some things that you have to pay the price for doing. At that moment, Yi Xian made a decision. While the primeval heavens I and Longjing were heavily injured by the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, he would make a trip to the primordial chaos forbidden zone and Longjing forbidden zone. There was no reason for him to suffer in silence after being schemed against by those two old fogies. The final outcome was another matter, but at the very least, such motives definitely required an eye for an eye. This was a firm stance. Otherwise, others would think that he was a pushover. Resolution. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. After exhorting a few words to Pig Spirit, he immediately rushed out of the Magic Hall's forbidden zone and headed straight for the endless dark void at the end of the left bank of the Milky Way. Then, he circled around and headed for the left bank of the Milky Way. There were two targets. The primordial chaos forbidden zone was located in the middle of the left bank, while the Longjing forbidden zone was located at the intersection between the middle and right bank. Li Xian circled from the left bank of the right bank to the left bank. The first place he arrived at was the primordial chaos forbidden zone, but he didn't plan on going there first. Even if he passed by, he wouldn't stop. His target was the Longjing forbidden zone, which was further away. After all, the Longjing was a connate ferocious beast of the water attribute. The dragon pearl in its body was the only thing missing among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that Yi Xian had collected for the second time. Thus therefore, he would first head to the Longjing forbidden zone, kill the Longjing, and retrieve the dragon pearl in its body. After that, he would rush to the primordial chaos forbidden zone. Considering that the two old fellows would need time to return, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely traveled forward. After 2.5 months, he finally arrived at the Longjing forbidden zone, which was located at the intersection between the middle and right bank of the left bank. Without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His body instantly transformed into a beam of light and rushed into the Longjing forbidden zone. Roar! 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 There was naturally more than one heavenly Dao realm expert in the Longjing forbidden zone. Just as Yi Xian's figure entered the star domain, there was an earth-shattering roar in the void in front of him. 11 powerful auras of heavenly Dao realm experts soared into the sky and rushed toward him at the first moment. The leader was none other than the strongest expert in the Longjing forbidden zone, the 8th level heavenly Dao realm Longjing. It's you? Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian? How dare you come to my forbidden area of the dragon whale by yourself? Are you tired of living? Look! When it came to Yi Xian, the fury in the dragon whale's heart was aroused. It instantly emitted the sound of its divine sense, and the entire dragon whale forbidden area was clearly visible. It revealed a sense of pleasant surprise that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. In his opinion, Yi Xian coming alone was clearly like a lamb in a tiger's den. Walala, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. As Ninji's figure disappeared, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he originally stood. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar! 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 At the same time, as his body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void of the universe, the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demon rose from the sea of blood in an instant. They expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they reached a size of 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. Corpse. The body of bones had no flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Although the body of black fog was also in the form of a violent ape, its body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely 2 purple lights, which made it look extremely strange. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sea of blood avatars had already condensed, catching everyone off guard. Furthermore, the cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm. They were none other than the 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Dao. Phew! At this moment, the 11 heavenly Dao beasts of the Longjing forbidden zone had already charged within 100 billion kilometers. The fastest was the Longjing, which was within 100 billion kilometers. A cold glint flashed in its eyes as a nine-colored beam of light flashed from the black fog avatar's glabella. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly transformed into a boundless nine-colored sea of flames. Phew, walala, the wind howled as the nine-colored sea of flames moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it circled around and extended behind the Longjing, transforming into a gigantic fireball with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. It enveloped the Longjing's body, making it invisible. Longjing, after all, the Longjing did not know much about Yi Xian. It was completely unprepared for such a move. Caught off guard, it was instantly trapped, with some hesitation. The moment the nine-colored fireball condensed, Yi Xian's 3 sea of blood avatars had already charged into the fireball. They no longer cared about the situation outside, rushing into the ball of flames. Before the Longjing could regain his senses, the eyes of the skeleton burst out with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a strange aura spread out like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm. The empty left palm shone with golden light as a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was simple and ferocious. Clench. In the middle of the palm was a two-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, biting down on the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. The 2 strange beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the 2 wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. This was the most powerful ability that shook the untainted land, the heaven-falling bow. In addition, the hands of the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped, and 2 beams of light shot out. Its left hand held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and its right hand held the big-headed black rod that was transformed from the Shenong medicinal pestle. The fog avatar directly hid in the void, waiting for an opportunity to move. This was clearly the rhythm of the 3 avatars moving together to trap and kill the Longjing. Chapter 5111. Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian. You are indeed the rumored cosmic berserk ape from the right bank. With its body trapped in the 9-colored fireball, Longjing's gigantic eyes flashed with a cold glint. Its gaze flickered as it glanced between the berserk ape and the skeleton avatar. Language in his voice, there was a touch of unyielding arrogance that couldn't be dispersed. This time, you should have come for this sovereign's dragon pearl, right? You actually dared to charge from the right bank to the left bank alone. You are truly unbridled. Are you stalling for time? It's useless. The strongest of the 10 heavenly Dao old monsters outside the fireball is only at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. If you can't even charge out of the fireball, how can they charge in? Yi Xian sneered as the berserk ape spoke with a mocking tone. Or could it be that you are waiting for a peak heavenly Dao expert from a certain forbidden land on the left bank to rush over upon hearing the news? Unfortunately, even a peak heavenly Dao expert at the 9th stage of perfection cannot ignore the 9-colored divine flames. By the side, the skeleton avatar did not make a sound. However, its left arm was raised high as it conjured its powerful divine power, heaven-falling bow. Even the energy arrow on the bowstring appeared. It was held by 3 fingers on its right hand as it knocked the bowstring. Only as soon as he released his grip, this incomparably terrifying golden arrow would instantly shoot out and destroy his opponent. Only the reason why it had yet to take action was because it was waiting for an opportunity to kill in one strike. This time, Yi Xian had indeed planned on using the powerful divine power of heaven-falling bow from the very beginning. It was not just a means of deterrence. After all, Longjing was at the same peak combat strength as Yi Xian. It was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm and was not far from the 9th stage of perfection. It was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian. Against such an existence, even if Yi Xian used the Blood Sea mystic technique to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars to fight him 3 times, it was impossible for him to kill Longjing in a short period of time. But he couldn't delay for too long. There were still 10 powerful heavenly Dao realm experts in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone. After killing the dragon whale and the 9-colored fireball, Yi Xian would very likely have to face the combined assault of the 10 heavenly Dao realm experts. This would definitely take some time. When the time came, the heavenly Dao realm experts in the surrounding forbidden lands would rush over. Yi Xian would be placed in an extremely passive situation. If the void was sealed by the combined might of a large number of heavenly Dao realm experts, Yi Xian would be in an extremely passive situation. Just like what had happened in the demonic wolf forbidden area, it had caused the void to be in complete chaos, and even the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body could not be used. That would be really troublesome, therefore, he had to deal with the dragon whale as soon as possible. His only option was to use the Skyfall Bow. But now, Yi Xian was already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. If he were to use the heavenly meteorite bow at full strength, he would be able to kill a peak heavenly Dao 1 stage higher, much less an 8th stage heavenly Dao of the same cultivation level. However, there was a prerequisite to this. The arrow had to hit the target. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Dragon after all, the dragon whale was a powerful existence that was close to the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. The space within the fireball was not small. If he were to be vigilant, the arrow might not hit the target if the skeleton avatar were to casually attack. There was only one such opportunity. Therefore, Yi Xian had to wait for the right opportunity. He had to ensure that the only arrow he shot would not be dodged by him. Boom! Everything flashed through his mind like lightning. As his voice faded, Bao Yuan had already taken action. With a slight shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a meteor beam. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the dragon whale. With his left hand holding the Shenong treasure cauldron, he smashed down like a gigantic seal. A glint flashed in the dragon whale's eyes as he let out a cold snort. With a swing of his gigantic tail, his massive and slightly bloated body instantly twisted, dodging the strike. At the same time, the big-headed black stick that was dragged behind Bao Yuan's right hand was also swung up diagonally. From bottom to top, it was aimed at the dragon whale's waist. The latter's figure immediately rolled in the void. Seeing that he was about to avoid the attack, the black fog that had been hidden in the void appeared at this moment. Quietly he walked out of the void silently. His eyes were shining with a dark light. He happened to block the path of the dragon whale's rolling body. He raised his fist and punched. Damn it! Roar! The dragon whale was furious. He roared angrily, and his rolling body instantly stopped. Also at this moment, the skeleton avatar that had been raising his left arm to condense the strongest magical power, the fallen sky bow. As a cold light flashed in his eyes, the bow in his left hand instantly bloomed with a blazing light. Buzz. Without hesitation, accompanied by an incomparably low buzzing sound, the skeleton avatar released his right hand that was holding the energy arrow on the bowstring. Rumble. Bang. A golden beam flashed. It was so fast that it ignored the distance in the void. Just as it left the fallen sky bow, it vanished. When it reappeared, it was already on the right side of the dragon whale's massive body. Nothing happened. There was a moment of suspense as it entered his body. Golden light flashed, and then it exploded with a loud boom. It happened so quickly that even a powerful heavenly Dao realm 8th stage dragon whale did not have the time to let out a tragic cry. As the golden beam burned, his massive body was instantly reduced to a blood mist. In the blood mist, there was a faint light blue bead. It was the size of a nascent soul's fist and it emitted an extremely pure ethereal aura. The light blue bead was clearly the dragon ball in the dragon whale's body. It was also the last item of the 5 elements connate origins that Yi Xian needed. If it was used as a 5 elements medicinal catalyst, it would be the water catalyst origins. Phew. Bao Yuan, a ghastly glint flashed in the ape's eyes as he immediately waved his hand. He shot out a boundless invisible force that swept up the blood mist that was rapidly dispersing and temporarily kept it in his body. He would later send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space so that he could begin the blood essence condensation. At the same time, the light blue bead the size of a nascent soul's fist flew over and landed in Bao Yuan's hand. He held it in his palm and fiddled with it for a few moments. With a flip of his hand, the dragon ball vanished as it was put away by Yi Xian. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the strange sound of splashing water rang out. The skeleton avatar, who was a little dispirited after shooting that powerful arrow, and the two Blood Sea avatars of the Black Fog avatar collapsed at the same time. Their bodies transformed into a sea of blood as they rapidly condensed. In a blink of an eye, they turned into a weak blood beam that shot over and entered Bao Yuan's glabella before vanishing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the huge 9-colored flame ball that covered 100 billion miles of space completely collapsed at this moment. A dazzling 9-colored flame sea appeared in the void and also rapidly condensed. In less than a moment, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, everything in the outside world was reflected in his line of sight again. In the area covered by the flame ball, the dragon whale had already disappeared, and only the figure of Bao Yuan was still there. Holding the Shinong cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hands, he looked around with a fierce light in his eyes. Huff, a strange sound came, and the huge 9-colored flame ball that covered 100 billion miles of space completely collapsed, turning into a 9-colored flame sea that quickly condensed. In less than a moment, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Everything outside the flame ball was reflected in his line of sight once again. And in the area enveloped by the flame ball, the dragon whale had already vanished. Only Bao Yuan's figure remained. With the Shinong cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hands, he looked around with sparkling eyes. Everything was reflected in his eyes. The 10 powerful heavenly Dao realm beasts that had been gathered in the void around the flame ball trembled violently. Immediately following that, they let out shocked exclamations and furious roars that sounded like a tidal wave. Roar. Screech, darn it, where did Lord Dragon Whale go? Why is there no trace of him? There's clearly a faint smell of blood in the void. It's none other than Lord Dragon Whale's bloodline aura. Could it be that Lord Dragon Whale has already perished? How is that possible? In such a short period of time, just 3 to 4 seconds, an extremely powerful 8th stage heavenly Dao was reduced to dust just like that? Not a single strand of hair was left behind. Skyfall Bao. It must be the Skyfall Bao. That skeleton fiend ape disappeared. It must have shot the Skyfall arrow to kill Lord Dragon Whale. Roar. Immediately take action. We absolutely cannot let him leave. This sovereign has already sent a message. The galactic berserk ape that wreaked havoc in the demonic wolf forbidden land has appeared once again. The heavenly Dao realm experts from the surrounding forbidden lands will soon rush over. He won't be able to escape. All we need to do is hold him back for a while. In at most 4 hours, the few heavenly Dao realm experts from the demonic insect forbidden land on the left will arrive. Screech, boom. Rumble. Then with a final angry roar, the 10 heavenly Dao realm beasts no longer hesitated. They instantly attacked in unison as they charged at the berserk ape. 10 This old fellow was at least at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, while the strongest had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Such as today, Dragon Whale's death infuriated all of them. In order to restrain Yi Xian and prevent him from leaving, all of them pushed the strength in their bodies to its limits. Now that they had attacked, their might was truly extraordinary. Just like that, even the void collapsed as thunderous booms shook the heavens. After all, 10 heavenly Dao realm experts were attacking at the same time. The scene was truly extraordinary. Demonic insect forbidden land? As he ruminated on the forbidden land's name, a dark glint flashed in the berserk ape's eyes. As the name implied, if there were no surprises, the strongest heavenly Dao presiding over the so-called demonic insect forbidden land was likely a space zerg. And space zergs typically like to live in groups. Therefore, the demonic insect forbidden land probably had more than one heavenly Dao realm zerg expert. All this while, Yi Xian hated the space zergs the most. This was because they were truly difficult to deal with. All of them had all sorts of special bloodline divine powers that were impossible to defend against. It would have been fine if it were any other heavenly Dao beasts, but if it were the space zergs, the consequences of being held back here were unthinkable. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system. With a flip of his hand, he put away the Shinong cauldron and the big-headed black rod in his hand. His massive body that was 60 million kilometers in size rapidly shrank. In a blink of an eye, the berserk ape form vanished, revealing his human form. Whoosh, an extremely weak sound of air being torn apart sounded. A faint light enveloped Yi Xian's figure, and in a flash, he disappeared. Roar. Screech. Caught off guard, the 10 heavenly Tao beasts of the dragon whale forbidden land flew into a rage when Yi Xian escaped. They raised their heads and roared furiously. After all, they were inexperienced, and their understanding of Yi Xian was extremely limited. If that wasn't the case, the 10 powerful heavenly Tao beasts only needed to push their cultivation to the limit, turning into an invisible pressure that stacked on top of each other. In an instant, the void would fall into complete chaos. At that time, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system would not be able to be activated, let alone teleport. He could only be forced to stay here and deal with it. Unfortunately, the opportunity had been missed. Yi Xian unexpectedly left with ease. Even if they reacted now, they were already regretting it, in the dark void near the Source Nest's base camp. Whoosh, a weak sound of air being torn apart sounded, and Yi Xian's figure walked out of the void. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight to the giant abandoned star in front of him. He directly entered the star core of the star and withdrew his aura. After entering the star core, he immediately waved his hand and summoned the Shinong cauldron. With a flash of light in his eyes, he directly stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian waved his hand again. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of air being torn apart rang out. Rays of light shot out from his body and hung in front of him. He planned to go into seclusion again, and what was floating in front of him now were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Among them, there was the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-color divine medicine, and so on. However, what was different from before was that among the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out this time, there were 3 blood-colored beads the size of pigeon eggs. They were the heavenly Tao blood essence. Previously, he already had 15 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands, and this did not include the 2 that the Devourer treasure body had used to kill the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eye beast. Because the Devourer treasure body had the netherworld furnace, the blood beads that were compressed by the majestic aura formed when the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts exploded were also of great use to him. As for Yi Xian, after killing the dragon whale, he obtained another heavenly Tao blood essence, bringing the total to 16. Now that he took out 3 and was ready to consume them, he only had 13 heavenly Tao blood essences left. That's right, during this seclusion, he did intend to consume 3 heavenly Tao blood essences to test the effect. No, he had just broken through once a long time ago, and the time for another breakthrough had not come yet. However, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. The primeval heavens. I already knew the location of the forbidden area of the magic hall. Although he had successfully killed the dragon whale and obtained the final water origin dragon pearl that he needed, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. However, now that he had returned to the right bank, even if he were to rush to the forbidden area on the left bank, it would take him more than a month. By then, the primeval heaven's eyes injuries would have already healed. Furthermore, the matter of the dragon whale being killed would definitely make the primeval heaven's eye wary. Even if Yi Xian rushed to the forbidden area, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill it so easily. As long as the desolate heaven path's eye was not removed, it would always be a huge problem for Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's understanding of him, that old bastard would definitely set his sights on the forbidden area of the magic hall after several failed schemes against Yi Xian. Yi Xian had to guard against this matter. As such, his current cultivation level at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm was insufficient. He had to break through to the 8th level of the desolate supremacy realm in the shortest amount of time possible. Well, now that the time for a breakthrough had yet to come, the only way to successfully break through to the next level while in seclusion was to consume the heavenly Tao blood essence. This time, in order to forcefully break through to the 8th level of the desolate supremacy realm while in seclusion before the time was right, Yi Xian could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. Taking out 3 heavenly Tao blood essences at the same time was definitely a huge expenditure. even Yi Xian felt the pinch. After all, the heavenly Tao blood essence would definitely be the most important ingredient in the pill formula in the future when refining a level 31 heavenly Tao treasure pill that exceeded level 30. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, causing Yi Xian's emotions to fluctuate. During seclusion, this was clearly a taboo. He quickly became alert, and after shaking his head with a wry smile, he calmed his emotions down slightly. Following that, then, he took a deep breath and activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Like a cow chewing on a peony, he swallowed them all into his stomach and rapidly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble, in a breath of time, the resources that he swallowed instantly melted within his body, and there was no suspense in what happened next. The clanging sound of chains came from within Yi Xian's body, and a majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder that covered the sky and covered the earth. From this moment onwards, he entered the most critical moment. Especially this time, he forcefully broke through in seclusion, so he did not dare to be distracted. With great concentration, he immediately began to circulate the energy continuously until it was completely refined. Gradually, Yi Xian's entire mind was immersed in it, forgetting the existence of time. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river disappeared in Yi Xian's meridians, completely integrating into his soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. This shackle chain represented the resistance of the 8th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. As long as the chain was torn apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Just like this, now is the time. As the last great cycle was completed, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and he immediately made his move. Let's go. He was pleasantly surprised. Perhaps it was because the energy of the 3 heavenly Tao blood essences was too boundless, but this time, he had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack, and the shackles had already broken with a sound. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu Arts Realm breakthrough. Current realm, 8th level of the Primordial Supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the physical body's Qi and Blood Realm breakthrough. Current realm, 8th level of the Primordial Supremacy. Before the system notification finished, Yi Xian had already opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a flash of joy. 8th level of the Desolate Supremacy, he had finally broken through. Previously, Yi Xian was a 7th level Desolate Supremacy. Once he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the Desolate Supremacy. And if he used this ability to the 9th transformation, his cultivation strength would once again soar to the 9th level, which was a large realm. That was the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. And now, with his successful breakthrough in seclusion, his cultivation strength had reached the 8th level of the Desolate Supremacy. 1. Once Yi Xian activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation strength would instantly reach the 9th level of perfection, which was the peak of the Desolate Supremacy. N. Every transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape would increase his cultivation by 1 level. As such, after entering the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's strongest battle strength would reach the 9th level of perfection of the Heavenly Tao realm, which was the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. Even the primeval heavens, I was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was still a distance away from the 9th level of perfection, which was the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. Also, in other words, Yi Xian's strongest battle strength had already surpassed the primeval heavens after his successful breakthrough in seclusion this time. Furthermore, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. If activated, 3 Blood Sea avatars would instantly form, and each avatar would have the same battle strength. Under this situation, if he were to encounter the primeval heavens again, 3 peak Heavenly Tao realm experts at the 9th level of perfection would join forces to kill him. If there were no accidents, or if the primeval heavens had some stronger mystic technique that he had yet to use, there would be no suspense in killing him. In fact, on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were plenty of ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant stars. Although there were Heavenly Tao realm experts, there was absolutely not a single one at the peak of heavenly Tao at the 9th step of perfection. That was even on the left bank of the Milky Way, which was half a level higher than the right bank. There were definitely less than 100 peak heavenly Tao realm experts at the 9th level of perfection. From this point of view, the present Yi Xian could roam the stronger and deeper left bank of the Milky Way without fear, much less the right bank of the Milky Way. Peak heavenly Tao realm combat strength? I've finally reached it, he muttered. As he muttered, Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his right fist. As he sensed the boundless and terrifying power in his body, a look of excitement and joy appeared in his eyes. However, this is clearly not the end. Not long from now, I just need to break through once more. My cultivation realm will reach the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. After consuming a heavenly Tao treasure pill and successfully breaking through, I will truly step into the heavenly Tao realm just like the devouring treasure body. Upon saying this, his voice suddenly paused as a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately frowned subconsciously. Because he suddenly thought of something. Although the heavenly Tao realm was not suppressed in the primordial chaos void, what about the next realm after the heavenly Tao realm? If the next realm after the heavenly Tao realm was suppressed, then even if Yi Xian made another breakthrough, his cultivation level would reach the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. After swallowing a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill and going into seclusion to allow his cultivation to truly step into the heavenly Tao realm, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his body. Furthermore, when he used the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's peak combat strength would probably still be at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, back in the primordial chaos great world. Regardless of his cultivation level, the strongest combat strength he could reach was only the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy realm. The only difference was that the primordial chaos great world suppressed the heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. But here, the cultivation level suppressed by the primordial chaos void had increased by an entire realm. This time, Yi Xian did not know what the next realm after the heavenly Tao realm was. He naturally had no way of determining if this realm was the strongest realm in the primordial chaos void. If that was the case, this realm would definitely be suppressed. Yi Xian's strongest combat strength could only reach the 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th level of the devil ape transformation. But, if the realm after the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest realm in the primordial chaos void, then this suppression might not appear. The suppression would only appear when the strongest realm in the primordial chaos void was reached. From the looks of it, I'll have to make another trip to the left bank. Perhaps there will be some peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm in the Forbidden Grounds and the strongest stellar domain. I wonder what the realm after the heavenly Tao realm is. With that said, he no longer hesitated. He stood up and walked out of the farmer god cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he instantly stored the cauldron into his body. Whoosh! A weak sonic boom sounded. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian stood up and walked out of the farmer god cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. He had decided to make another trip to the left bank. Perhaps there would be some peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm in the Forbidden Grounds and the strongest stellar domain. He wanted to know what the realm after the heavenly Tao realm was. Again, or perhaps, he knew that in the primordial chaos void's environment, there were still a few realms after the heavenly Tao realm. This matter could not be delayed. If he didn't figure out the situation, Yi Xian wouldn't even have a clue as to what the great realm after the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill was. He probably wouldn't even be able to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 heavenly Tao treasure pill. With his cultivation speed, it would not be long before he officially stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. There was no need to refine the level 31 heavenly Tao treasure pill for the time being, but the derivation of the pill formula had to be carried out as soon as possible. Furthermore, he still needed time to gather the refinement materials. After leaving the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion, Yi Xian rushed to the nearby Source Nest's headquarters. However, he did not enter. He only circled the surroundings, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he immediately left. In the Source Nest's headquarters, Gui Haidao, Zhang Qingyu, and the other subordinates were all in seclusion to raise their cultivation levels. He had just left not long ago, so if there was nothing important, there was no need to disturb them. After circling around, Yi Xian immediately rushed to the end of the right bank of the Milky Way. Not long after, he entered the vast dark region in the distance. He did not stop and traversed it. In half a month, he arrived at the end of the right bank of the Milky Way. If today, he was already at the peak of the perfected heavenly Tao realm at the 9th step. His speed was much faster than when he was at the 8th step of the heavenly Tao realm. Otherwise, it would take him at least a month to rush here from the Source Nest's headquarters. Now, it had only taken him about 20 days. Li Xian's seclusion wasn't short this time. It took him about a month. In addition, it took him another 20 days to rush from the right bank near the Source Nest's headquarters to the left bank's right bank. In total, it took him nearly 2 months. But even so, the right bank of the Milky Way's left bank was still in a state of turmoil. All kinds of heated discussions could be heard at any time in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star domains on the left bank's right bank. As for the target of the heated discussion, it was naturally the galactic berserk ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank but had now arrived on the left bank. To be precise, the berserk ape didn't wreak havoc in the other regions of the left bank. For example, he rarely ventured into the left bank's right bank. It was extremely close to the right bank even though it was considered to be in the left bank's middle bank. Only the left bank's right bank had been tormented by the infamous galactic berserk ape over the past few years. Back when he first collected the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst, Yi Xian had visited 2 extremely powerful forbidden grounds on the left bank's right bank. He had even wiped out all the upper echelons of the forbidden grounds during the battle at the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Ground. If today, the Dragon Whale Forbidden Ground, which was rather famous in the left bank's right bank, had been wreaked havoc by him. The dragon whale had been killed on the spot, but the berserk ape had calmly left. If one were to count carefully, more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts had died at the hands of the berserk ape in the left bank's right bank over the past few years. Just the battle at the Fiend Wolf Forbidden Ground had killed several heavenly Tao beasts. The galactic berserk ape had attacked repeatedly on the left bank's right bank. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to kill desolate supremacies. His targets were heavenly Tao realm existences. Again furthermore, news of his battle results and terrifying growth had long spread to the left bank. This instantly raised the vigilance of many heavenly Tao realm experts in the left bank's right bank's most powerful forbidden grounds and stellar domains. Ignoring the remnant stellar domains, the berserk ape rarely sought them out. This was because the various treasured medicines he refined required the massive blood mist formed from the explosion of a ferocious beast's body. This matter was no longer a secret. The upper echelons of the left bank were already aware of it. Even Morius for the galactic berserk ape's true identity, they had already heard of it. The berserk ape was not a galactic ferocious beast. He was actually a human expert from the primordial desolate forbidden ground. He had a bloodline similar to the remnant inhabitants of the primordial chaos void. But apart from his human bloodline, he also had the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape bloodline. The form of the galactic berserk ape was just a manifestation of the demonic ape's true body. Back on the right bank of the Milky Way, several decades ago, the berserk ape was only a universe supremacy. From then on, he had been constantly hunting supremacy-level ferocious beasts. He was likely refining a treasure pill used to break through to the Universe Lord realm. Chapter 51:12. Not long after that, he successfully broke through to the realm of Universe Lords. From then on, the level of the ferocious beasts he hunted increased once again, reaching the realm of Universe Lords. In the following few decades, all of this constantly leveled up. Bao Yuan's cultivation level went from Universe Lord to Universe Supremacy, followed by Primordial Era Mighty Figure, followed by Primordial Era Supreme, and now, he had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm and had even reached the late stages of the Heavenly Tao realm. A simple probe would reveal that every time his cultivation level increased by a large realm, the cultivation level of the ferocious beasts he hunted would increase as well, after he had hunted and killed these ferocious beasts. For a period of time, once the ferocious ape refined the mysterious precious medicine that corresponded to its realm and swallowed it, its cultivation and strength would soar once again, breaking through to a new realm. This. 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 It was a virtuous cycle. Furthermore, the mysterious treasures of various grades he refined had heaven-defying effects. In just a few short decades, it allowed the universe night realm Bao Yuan's cultivation level to increase to the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Once this spread, countless experts were tempted. It was useless for those with lower cultivation levels to covet it, but the heavenly Tao realm experts were interested. Because Bao Yuan was now at the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Previously, it was rumored that he had refined a supreme treasure pill that allowed him to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Now, the level of the target he hunted had increased once again, going from old freak desolate supremacy to a heavenly Tao realm expert. Did this mean that he was currently preparing to refine a supreme treasure pill that surpassed the heavenly Tao realm? That's right. To any heavenly Tao realm expert, this was an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, Bao Yuan had the farmer god cauldron, the nine-colored sea of flames, the sky-fallen Bao, and a supreme divine power and treasure medicine refinement mystic technique that could raise one's combat strength by a large realm. All of this was enough to move one's heart. Therefore, over the past month, the heavenly Tao realm experts in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds on the left bank's right bank had secretly joined forces to search for him. Dang! Yi Xian arrived at the right section of the left bank. After understanding all of this, his heart was filled with murderous intent. After a short moment of consideration, he made a decision. He would not care about anything else for the time being. He would kill the most troublesome insect first. In the past month or so since Yi Xian disappeared from the left bank's right bank, the heavenly Tao realm experts in the left bank's right bank had already joined forces in secret. They were searching everywhere for Yi Xian. When he arrived at the right section of the left bank and understood the situation, Yi Xian was immediately filled with murderous intent. After a short moment of consideration, he made a decision. He would not care about the rest for the time being, but the most troublesome bug must be eliminated first. The worm that Yi Xian was referring to was the old fellow that the 10 heavenly Tao realm experts in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Land had mentioned when they surrounded Yi Xian. This insect was the strongest expert in the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone. The Demon Insect Forbidden Zone was located on the right bank of the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone, not too far away. This since the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone was named after the demon insect, it was possible to infer some information. Because, as the Space Zerg race typically lived in groups, the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone probably had more than one heavenly Tao realm Zerg expert. The Space Zerg race had always been an existence that Yi Xian hated the most. This was because they were truly difficult to deal with. All of them had all sorts of special bloodline divine powers that were impossible to defend against. If Yi Xian were to be besieged, it would be fine if the other heavenly Tao beasts came. But if one of them was from the Space Zerg race, due to the strange frequency of the Space Zerg race's various biological frequencies, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be trapped. The outcome was unthinkable. Therefore, the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone had to be destroyed first. In fact, according to the information he had, the demon insect happened to be one of the leading existences among the heavenly Tao realm beasts in the left bank's right bank that had secretly joined forces. Its cultivation level was not weak either. It had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, the same as the dragon whale that Yi Xian had killed. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. Compared to the dragon whale, this Zerg was definitely more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get rid of this huge problem no matter what. Resolve after making up his mind, he immediately rushed in the direction of the Dragon Whale Forbidden Zone. He arrived in the region 2 days later, but he did not head for it. Instead, he secretly infiltrated the Demon Insect Forbidden Zone. Dang, however, after entering, Yi Xian had already activated a perfect psyche concussion mystic technique. He concealed his body and converged his aura. Now, he was already at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage perfection realm. When he used the perfect psyche concussion mystic technique at full strength, even a peak heavenly Tao expert of the same cultivation level as him would not be able to tell anything. However, Yi Xian did not dare be careless. This was because he was entering a Zerg hive, the base camp of a large hive of space Zergs. There was even a powerful Zerg at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Due to the difference in bloodlines and species, these Zergs had all sorts of strange biological frequencies. They often had special powers that were unimaginable. The demon insect Forbidden Zone's environment was no different from other Zerg Forbidden Zones. The periphery of the stellar domain's interior was relatively empty, but deep in the stellar domain, there were large numbers of abandoned planets. These planets were the Zerg hives. Stare in the stellar domain's void beyond star, one could see space Zergs of all shapes and sizes everywhere. The situation was as Yi Xian had guessed. There were basically no other space beasts in the Zerg's territory. That's right. The existences in this forbidden zone were all Zergs. They came in different forms and had varying cultivation levels, but without exception, they were all Zergs. With so many insects gathered together, the air was filled with a special smell, causing Yi Xian to be extremely displeased. In addition, he could faintly catch some weak but complicated energy fluctuations in the air. This should be the arachnid frequency that was emitted from the bodies of the various space bugs. They used this method to transmit information to each other and communicate with each other. Yi Xian had activated the perfect psyche concussion mystic technique. Furthermore, with his powerful cultivation level at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, the Zerg's psyche concussion that permeated the demonic insect Forbidden Zone's void was temporarily unable to capture his aura. He did not extend his perception to probe the situation in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone. It was extremely likely that he would be exposed. With his present powerful cultivation level, other space beasts could be ignored. However, now, he was hunting a powerful Zerg at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It even included other heavenly Tao realm Zerg experts in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone. He had to be careful. Soon, Yi Xian darted out. As he powered his psyche concussion to maintain the perfect psyche concussion mystic technique, he silently traversed the massive demonic insect Forbidden Zone. Although this probing method took a lot of time and effort, it was effective. After 2 days, he had traversed the entire demonic insect Forbidden Zone and confirmed the combat strength structure in the Forbidden Zone. In the entire demonic insect Forbidden Zone, there were a total of 6 heavenly Tao realm space Zergs. One of them was the 8th stage heavenly Tao realm black demonic Zerg. What gave him a headache was that the 6 heavenly Tao Zergs were not together. Instead, they were scattered across different abandoned planets to build their nests. According to Yi Xian's previous plan, he planned on instantly conjuring a 9-colored sea of flames after locking onto the target's location. He would condense it into a fireball to trap the target and temporarily ignore it. With a swift strike, he would vanquish all the space Zergs in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone to prevent them from leaking any information. Then, he would turn around and enter the 9-colored fireball, killing the target trapped in the fireball. That's right. Killing the space Zergs was the best way to deal with them. If there were no accidents, all the Zergs in the demonic insect Forbidden Zone would be wiped out. The gigantic space Zerg hive would be completely reduced to ashes. But, now, the situation was different. The 6 heavenly Tao Zergs were not together, so his previous plan was for naught. Unless he thought of a way to temporarily gather them while they were unprepared. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly shot to the right. Among the 6 heavenly Tao Zergs, one of them happened to be in that direction. Strangely, not only was this fellow's hive planet located at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, as though it was alienated, even the aura emanating from its body was different. It had the aura of both Zergs and ferocious beasts, as though it was a mixed blood descendant of the Zergs and other ferocious beasts. Even its cultivation level was the weakest, being only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In summary, this 1st stage Zerg with the ferocious beast bloodline was the most suitable target. Resolve after calming down, Yi Xian entered the nest planet and silently touched the cave where the 1st-rank arachnid was hiding. Taking advantage of the arachnid's unpreparedness, the spiritual energy that enveloped his body suddenly soared and extended, enveloping the other party's body as well. The next instant, a trembling voice that was filled with endless fear was heard. "Your Excellency, please spare my life." This lowly goat-horned celestial, a dark glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as his aura locked onto the other party. He was surprised to see an Zerg that had shrunk to the size of about 10 feet prostrating on the ground, shivering. It looked like it was scared out of its wits. An indiscernible buzzing sound was heard as the mental strength that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the only figure in the cave. Almost at the next instant, a trembling voice that was filled with endless fear was heard. "Your Excellency, please spare my life. This lowly goat-horned celestial." Yi Xian's aura instantly locked onto the other party. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as his gaze landed on an Zerg that had shrunk to the size of about 10 feet. This fellow was prostrating on the ground, shivering. It looked like it was scared out of its wits. Previously, when Yi Xian passed by the edge of the hive planet, he had sensed a trace of a ferocious beast's aura from this fellow who called himself Goat-Horn Celestial. It was extremely clear and there was no mistake about it. Thus, now that he had seen the other party with his own eyes, Yi Xian was certain of this matter. The first stage Heavenly Dao Realm Zerg expert had shrunk to a size about 10 feet wide. It was flat like a ladybug, but its head did not have the antennae of the starry sky ladybugs. On its tiny head were 2 goat horns. Furthermore, they were coiled goat horns that spun twice. For a celestial ladybug to have the goat horns of the Argali race on its head, it looked rather out of place. From the looks of it, this fellow's hive planet was located at the edge of the forbidden zone for demonic insects for a reason. His nondescript appearance, coupled with the fact that he was not a pure celestial insect, made it understandable that he was ostracized in the forbidden zone. From his present performance, it was clear that he had an extremely cowardly personality. This was likely related to the inferiority complex he was born with. This fellow was neither a ferocious beast nor a member of the insect clan. He was a mixed-blood descendant of the ferocious beast clan and the insect clan, so he must have been disliked by both sides. Over time, he had developed such a character. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression on Yi Xian's face turned even more odd. He found it impossible to associate a powerful heavenly Dao realm existence with the word inferiority complex. Yet, the fellow in front of him had such a perfect combination of traits and demeanor. There was nothing abrupt about it, rendering him speechless. Yi Xian had no intention of killing him to begin with. He immediately transmitted a voice transmission with his perception, explaining the reason for his visit. The reason why he chose the weakest void insectoid that was only at the first stage of the heavenly Dao realm was to allow it to summon the other 5 insectoids in the fiendish insect forbidden ground. Once they were gathered, he would suddenly take action. Surprisingly, he conjured a 9-colored sea of flames and condensed it into a fireball to seal it. Because at this point, Yi Xian could even spare the life of this rank 1 arachnid, but he couldn't let it leave just like that. Instead, he would wait for the 5 arachnids to gather and seal them, then temporarily store the rank 1 arachnid in the Shinong cauldron. Yi Xian did not think much of a space Zerg at the first stage Heavenly Dao realm. With his peak Heavenly Dao realm cultivation at the perfected stage 9 realm, the other party was no longer a threat. And, as long as he made such a promise, the other party would definitely believe him. At the Heavenly Dao realm, such matters were not easily joked about. It had to do with one's Dao heart. Any Heavenly Dao realm expert would not damage their Dao heart over such matters, affecting their future breakthroughs. At this moment, as the voice of his divine sense spread out, the goat horn immortal, who was trembling on the ground, was suddenly startled. Then he immediately raised his head, and there was a flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Immediately following that, the goat horn immortal's voice sounded. "Your Excellency, is what you said true? Not only will you not kill this lowly one, but you will also help me destroy those 5 fellows?" From the meaning of his words and the tone of his pleasant surprise, this old fellow clearly agreed with Yi Xian's words. He even felt like he was overjoyed. For a moment, Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, was dumbfounded. He looked at him in a daze, speechless for a long time. For some reason, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the reason why the first-rank arachnid in front of him was so happy was mainly because Yi Xian expressed that he wanted to kill the other 5 Heavenly Dao arachnids in the demon insect forbidden area. "Well, it's not that I will spare his life. Your Excellency, you don't know, but those 5 old fellows are nothing good. Yi Xian was stunned, as though he could not react in time. The goat horn immortal immediately explained. Although he did not say that he was crying, it was actually not much different. This fellow was indeed a mixed-blood descendant left behind by the fusion of a starry sky argali and a starry sky ladybug. That was something from countless years ago. He had both the ferocious beast bloodline and the insect clan bloodline in his body, so he was indeed not favored by either of them. The reason he was left in the forbidden land of demonic insects seemed to be one of the 6 heavenly Tao insects guarding this place, but in fact, he was under house arrest by the other 5 heavenly Tao insects. In the demonic insect forbidden ground, he had always been a joke. He had no real power at all. He did not even have any subordinates on the Zerg Nest star. This was something that Yi Xian had already noticed when he came in earlier. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the Goathorn Immortal did not hate those 5 fellows. He just did not have the opportunity before, but now that he suddenly had the opportunity to kill those 5 Zergs, he was naturally overjoyed. It was absolutely impossible for him to miss this opportunity. Speak. All the Zergs in the demonic insect forbidden ground did not treat him as one of their own. Naturally, he could not have any sense of belonging here. He just wanted to leave this place. Even if he was alone in the void, at least he would have freedom. At least he did not have to sullenly be under house arrest here and endure eternal ridicule and ridicule. This kind of situation was too melodramatic. Yi Xian did not expect this at all, but it was definitely good news for him. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. Whoosh, a faint light shot out, and it expanded in the absence of wind in the area enveloped by the mental power. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a figure that was about 10 meters tall. It was his black fog clone. Now with a flash of light, the black fog clone stepped directly into the Goathorn Immortal's body. Its aura was perfectly concealed, and not a single trace was revealed. You'd better not play any tricks, or else, my black fog clone will instantly kill you on the spot. Mao warned. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian issued a warning. He then extended his mental power that enveloped the Goathorn Immortal's body. Don't worry, I can't wait for those 5 old things to all die. The Goathorn Immortal nodded. After responding, he no longer hesitated and turned into a black light that blasted out of the star. Look! The direction he was heading in was clearly where the hive planet of the most powerful Class 8 insectoid in the demonic insect forbidden ground was located. Yi Xian did not hesitate either. He continued to conceal his figure and aura. He silently followed behind from a distance of about 50 million kilometers. The black fog clone transformed into a black beam of light and entered the Goathorn Immortal's body before disappearing. The last bit of worry in Yi Xian's heart silently dissipated. The black fog clone was the same as him. It was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the perfection stage of Class 9. Furthermore, the 9-colored sea of flames was now in the black fog clone's body. If the Goathorn Immortal made any strange movements, the black fog clone could instantly kill him with a thought. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I can't wait for those 5 old things to all die. The Goathorn Immortal was clearly aware of this. However, he did not have any other thoughts. Furthermore, he did not doubt Yi Xian's statement and promise, so he was completely unconcerned. Thus after replying, he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed as he transformed into a black beam of light that shot out of the star. From the direction he was heading, it was clearly the hive planet of the most powerful Class 8 insectoid in the demonic insect forbidden ground. Yi Xian did not hesitate either. He maintained his 10-foot-tall ape form and continued concealing his figure and aura. He silently followed behind from a distance of about 50 million kilometers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, the Goathorn Immortal's figure rushed out of the hive planet. It was unknown what means he used to transmit a message, but soon, 4 of the other 5 heavenly Tao insectoids in the demonic insect forbidden ground rushed out of their respective hive planets. An extremely sharp sound tore through the air. These 4 heavenly Tao insectoids gathered from 4 different directions. Like the Goathorn Immortal, they all gathered towards the hive planet of the Class 8 heavenly Tao realm black demonic insect that had yet to appear. The speed of Tao realm experts was very fast. In just a few seconds, the four figures had already gathered. They stopped at the edge of the hive planet of the Class 8 Heavenly Tao Realm Black Demonic Insect. The goat horn immortal also stopped. The five of them seemed to be waiting for the appearance of the black demonic insect. And this old fellow was clearly inside the hive planet ahead. At this moment, the five of them were gathered in the void around the hive planet. The closest one was only about 20 million kilometers away. In addition to the size of the planet, the 6 heavenly Tao insectoids in the demonic insect forbidden ground, including the goat horn immortal, had already gathered. Whoosh! It was also at this instant that an indiscernible sound tore through the air. A 9-colored beam of light shot out from the goat horn immortal's body and expanded rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it had transformed into a majestic sea of flames that enveloped a billion kilometers of the void. This was only the beginning. As the majestic 9-colored sea of flames appeared, endless howling winds could be heard in the void. In less than half a second, the 9-colored sea of flames swept across the void, condensing into a gigantic 9-colored fireball in the blink of an eye. This gigantic fireball was 100 million kilometers in diameter. It enveloped the 4 heavenly Tao insectoids that had been attracted by the goat horn immortal, as well as the hive planet of the strongest black demonic insect. As for the goat horn immortal, he was immediately taken away from the fireball by the black fog avatar. In a flash, he appeared in the void outside the fireball and shot towards Yi Xian. Whoosh! A cold beam flashed as Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and instantly sucked the goat horn immortal into the Shinong cauldron in his body. He was temporarily trapped at the bottom of the central volcano. As for the black fog avatar, it transformed into a beam of light and entered Yi Xian's body, disappearing from sight. Chapter 51:13. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. However, in the huge 9-colored fireball in front of him, which enveloped the hive stars of the Class 8 black demon bugs, it was extremely quiet. Not a single sound came out. This was the result of Yi Xian's deliberate control. If it was just ordinary space beasts, there would be no need to do this. However, what was trapped in this huge 9-colored fireball were 5 powerful bug clan members of the Heaven Path. Because in order to prevent the arachnid frequencies of these 5 old fellows from being transmitted through the 9-colored flame ball and causing unnecessary accidents, Yi Xian had purposely strengthened the isolation of the 9-colored flame ball. Not to mention the arachnid frequencies and the power of divine sense, even sound was completely sealed inside. After confirming that the 9-colored fireball that had just formed in front of him was extremely stable and there was no abnormality, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed, and his heart that was in his throat finally settled down. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked around. Screech, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the earth-shattering screech was still ringing like a tide. In the hive stars within sight, a large number of space bugs were rushing out at this moment, and with endless fear, they fled in all directions. This kind of bug swarm scene was really spectacular. In the hundreds of billions of miles of void, various forms of space bugs could be seen everywhere. Some were big and some were small, and some were strong and some were weak. Among them, the most powerful existences were dozens of desolate venerable realm space bugs. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Yi Xian pushed the power in his body to the extreme, and an invisible pressure spread out, almost turning into a substance. The whole void resonated because of this, and the rumbling of thunder was earth-shattering. Bang! Bang, 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 there was suspense. Just as he activated the power in his body and deliberately turned it into a powerful pressure, the entire demon insect forbidden grounds was like beans being fried in a pot. Suddenly, there was a series of densely packed popping sounds coming from within the huge demon insect forbidden grounds. These space bugs were the beans that were being fried, and the terrifying pressure of Yi Xian, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage Great Perfection realm, was the fire that was going to explode the beans. As far as the eye could see, countless bodies of the space bugs were exploding in the void. Different colors, but all of them had pungent body fluids of the bug clan. Like a heavy rain in the void, they raged everywhere. It was too much. It was tragic. In just one breath's time, all the space bugs below the level of Almighty Figure had died, and the number was immeasurable. This was the terrifying pressure of the peak of the heavenly Tao. Just the full force of the pressure was enough to cause one's body to explode in an instant unless one had the strength of a primordial almighty figure or above. The originally boisterous devil insect forbidden land quieted down in an instant. The earth-shattering howls from before were now so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Just now, almost all the space bugs that were densely packed like a tide just now were gone. All of them had exploded. In the entire void of the forbidden grounds, there were less than 200 figures that could be seen now. The 200 figures were all almighty figures and supreme figures of the primordial era. Among them, there were more than 100 almighty figures of the primordial era and dozens of supreme figures of the primordial era. The former were seriously injured and dying, while the latter were still struggling to escape. In the blink of an eye, the originally boisterous devil insect forbidden land quieted down completely. The earth-shattering howls from before were now so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The space bugs, which were as dense as a tide a moment ago, had all exploded. Only less than 200 of them were still visible in the vast void of the forbidden area. Among them, more than 100 almighty figures of the primordial era were seriously injured and dying. Some had even lost the ability to move. Their bodies were suspended in the void, and they were dying. While there were about 60 to 70 supreme figures of the primordial era. After all, they were desolate supremacies. Although they were seriously injured, they were still struggling to escape. This was how it should be. As long as there was still a chance of survival, no one would give up, but in fact, even these dozens of desolate supremacies of the Bug clan who were escaping in all directions knew that such an action was meaningless. Everything was in vain. Face against a peak heavenly path 9th stage great perfection, even if they were in their peak condition, and let them escape in advance. If Yi Xian was willing, he could catch up to them at any time, catch them, and kill them. Not to mention that they were all seriously injured now. The reason why they were still escaping was partly because of their survival instinct, and partly because they were lucky. Perhaps this powerful peak heavenly path great perfection was not interested in them at all, and would not chase after them. Perhaps, the dozens of desolate supremacies fled in different directions at the same time. In the end, if they were lucky, even if the other party chased after them, 3 to 5 of them would be able to escape, although this chance was very slim. As long as there was a chance of survival, who would give up? Unfortunately, if it were other space beasts, it would be fine. With Yi Xian's current height, even if it was a desolate supremacy, he might not be interested in chasing after them. But the space bug clan was different. The bug clan's biological frequency was extremely strange, and they were exceptionally good at transmitting messages. There were still 5 Bug Clan Heavenly Path Great Perfection in the 200 million kilometer diameter 9-colored flame sphere. It would take some time to return and kill them one by one. Yi Xian did not wish to be transmitted by the dozens of Bug Clan desolate supremacies before he left. If the news was leaked, it would attract the surrounding heavenly Tao realms to attack him. Therefore, they had to stay behind. Not a single one of them could be left behind. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a shake of his shoulders, he instantly flew out. In a blink of an eye, he was behind an 8th stage desolate supremacy Bug Clan desolate supremacy. Without a word, he threw out a punch, screech. Sensing the impending danger, the Bug Clan desolate supremacy's eyes turned bloodshot. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, but it could not change anything. He was destined to perish on the spot. Bam! Everything happened too quickly. As Yi Xian made his move, the porcelain hit its body solidly, and an earth-shattering boom was immediately heard. This barren supremacy of the insect clan did not even have the time to react. The giant fist that was so majestic that it made one want to point at it smashed down. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was tens of thousands of kilometers long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out. Tight following that, Yi Xian waved his hand as a gale whistled through the air. An invisible force whistled out and swept away the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate sovereign from the insect clan into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron and immediately began to condense the blood essence. He still had 35 level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pellets and more than 150 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pellets. There was no need to refine desolate supreme treasure pellets and heavenly Tao treasure pellets in a short period of time. However, it was fine if it was in existence below the almighty level, but the almighty level and desolate supremacy level ferocious beasts and the insect tribe after their bodies exploded would definitely not be wasted. Namely, even if it wasn't used to refine treasured pills, it was still considered a top-notch resource for cultivation. Dang! However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the desolate supreme treasure pellet basically had no obvious effect, unless it was the ultimate desolate supreme blood essence that was refined from the explosion of a desolate supreme's body. Even more moreover, Yi Xian was not interested in the desolate supreme blood essence that was refined from the flesh of the insect clan. However, even if he did not consume it, he still had so many subordinates under him. It was fine to leave it for them to consume. Whoosh, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, Yi Xian pushed the energy in his body to the limit and wandered around. Every time he caught up to a desolate sovereign, he would immediately attack and punch out, causing the desolate sovereign to explode into a bloody mist. Following that, he waved his hand and used an invisible force to wrap up the blood mist that was scattered. He kept it into his body and sent it into the Shenong treasure cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. 7 more than 10 desolate sovereigns from the insect clan were all seriously injured and did not have the chance to escape. In just a short time, they were all killed by Yi Xian. However, at this time, in the entire demon insect forbidden land, other than the countless disgusting insect liquid floating in the void, there were only more than 100 dying figures. This, a group of heavily injured and dying insect clan members, all of whom were powerful figures from the demon insect forbidden land, were instantly injured under the terrifying pressure of Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Way. They had lost their ability to move. Although they were terrified, there was nothing they could do. They could only float in the void and wait for death. Screech. Screech, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, there was an earth-shattering screech filled with endless despair. Among the more than 100 insect clan powerful figures, about 1/3 of them chose to self-destruct. The loud rumbling sounds in the void rose and fell one after another. Right, at this moment, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. His figure shot out and wandered around. When he encountered an almighty arachnid that had self-destructed, he directly waved his hand and absorbed the boundless blood mist that was spreading out from the explosion into his body. As for those insect clan powerful figures who did not self-destruct, he just added a punch. The result was the same. These insect clan powerful figures, regardless of their size, exploded under his punch. Immediately after, they were absorbed into Yi Xian's body and sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the farmer god's treasure cauldron. From there, he began the blood essence condensation. This time, it was even faster. In less than half an incense's time, Yi Xian finished everything. These more than 100 insect clan powerful figures, without exception, were all dead. Even the boundless blood mist formed after the explosion of the physical body was taken away by him. As a result, the number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in Yi Xian's hands rose to 76. As for the number of blood essences of powerful figures, since he originally had dozens left, Yi Xian now had more than 200 blood essences of powerful figures in his hands after killing more than 100 insect clan powerful figures. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short period of time. From the time Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the demon insect forbidden ground until now, it had only been a little more than an incense's time. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire demon insect forbidden ground turned into a barren land. Apart from the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao figures who were still trapped by the 9-colored flame ball and the goat horn immortal, the other countless insect clan members were all annihilated. 9. It was obvious how terrifying the combat power of a peak heavenly Tao in the realm of perfection was. This was clearly the rhythm of someone who could easily destroy an entire forbidden ground or star region with his own strength. Too tragic. From the time Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the demon insect forbidden ground until now, It had only been a little more than an incense's time, but the entire demon insect forbidden ground had been completely turned into a barren land during this period of time. Except, apart from the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao figures who were still trapped by the 9-colored flame ball and the goat horn immortal, the other countless insect clan members were all annihilated. It was obvious how terrifying the combat power of a peak heavenly Tao in the realm of perfection was. At this level, he could easily destroy an entire ferocious beast forbidden ground or the remnant star region with his own strength. The terror of his strength was simply unbelievable. No, this battle was obviously not over yet. It could even be said that what Yi Xian had dealt with so far was only a small part of the battle. The real important part was still to come. Moreover, although he had annihilated all the countless insect clan members in the demon insect forbidden ground, and none of them had escaped to send a message or the like, such an astonishing movement in the demon insect forbidden ground star region would most likely spread the news soon. At that time, the heavenly Tao experts in the ferocious beast forbidden ground, which was adjacent to the demon insect forbidden ground, would definitely come to investigate and find out what was going on. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. He had to deal with the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao trapped in the 9-colored flame ball as soon as possible. There would be changes if he delayed. Walala, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of the violent ape disappeared, and the strange sound of splashing water instantly came from the void where it originally stood. At this moment, the body of the violent ape, which was only about 10 feet tall, collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe void, exuding an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech! Then, from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood, a low roar and a violent howl instantly came. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. They were none other than the body of the demonic ape's flesh and blood, as well as its skeleton body and black fog body. The body of flesh and blood was identical to the violent ape from before. The only difference was that it was larger in size, spanning 60 million kilometers. As for the skeleton body, it did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was extremely ferocious. Black the body of fog was a black fog, and even the pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, making it look extremely strange. Everything took place in an instant, even though it took a long time to describe. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars had already condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the perfected heavenly Tao realm. They were clearly 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. This clearly wasn't the end. Roar! As the 3 blood sea avatars condensed, the body of the violent ape raised its head and roared angrily again. At that moment, Yi Xian directly activated the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the devil ape bloodline divine power, which was the devil ape true body. As the angry roar sounded, the powers in the 3 blood sea avatars' bodies instantly surged. Its power, the momentum was like a raging river roaring. The limbs and bones of the 3 clones surged with endless ferocity, and there was even a surge of terrifying chi and blood that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear. In an instant, it rapidly approached each other. In just half a second, the back had already fused. The true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape appeared in the void. The body of flesh and blood, the skeleton body, and the black fog body fused into one. Buzz! At the same time, the eyes of the skeleton body of the 3 devil ape true bodies emitted a blazing purplish gold beam. An extremely deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. Buzz! A mysterious aura spread out from his body like a raging river. The skeleton clone suddenly raised its left arm, and the empty palm of its left hand glowed with a golden light. 1. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them they opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the two mouths of the two humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, the most powerful divine ability that had shocked the prehistoric era. Swoosh! Swoosh! With some hesitation, the body of the violent ape suddenly flipped its hands. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, two fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of the flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shinong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the sky. While in its right hand, it dragged the Shinong medicinal pestle that had transformed into a big-headed black club. It emitted an invisible, ferocious aura that was simply shocking. Previously, the three Blood Sea avatars were all at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage. Now, as they merged into one entity, the true form of the three-headed, six-armed devil ape was the strongest form. However, the cultivation aura that emanated from the combined form of the devil ape was still only at the peak of the great perfection of the heavenly way of the 9th step. It did not break through a realm because of this. In fact, Yi Xian still did not know what the next realm after the heavenly Tao realm was. This time, he came to the left bank of the Milky Way again to enter some of the more powerful ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the remnant star domain. He wanted to find the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage and inquire about this matter. These peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage were basically ancient existences who had lived for countless years. They came from different worlds, and the worlds they once ruled were probably more powerful than the primeval world, which was favored by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from them, and now, with the three Blood Sea avatars gathered into one, the combined devil-ape true body's cultivation aura was only at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage. However, there was a difference in strength between the same peak of the heavenly Tao. In the combined state, the devil-ape true body with 3 heads and 6 arms might not be the most powerful existence among the peak of the heavenly Tao, but it was probably not far from it. In this form, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted even in the powerful left bank of the Milky Way. It was obvious that he did not feel any pressure in getting rid of the 5 insect clan heavenly Tao trapped in the 9-colored fireball, the strongest of whom was only at the 8th stage. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. It was just a matter of time. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to end everything as soon as possible and leave. Whoosh! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the gigantic 9-colored fireball with a diameter of 200 million miles in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, a weak ripple suddenly appeared in a part of the 9-colored fireball that was quietly standing in the void. The ray of light that the devil-ape true body transformed into was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it passed through this ripple and rushed into the interior of the fireball. Whoosh! In the next moment, a weak ripple suddenly appeared in a part of the 9-colored fireball that was quietly standing in the void. The 3 Blood Sea avatars gathered and combined into the devil-ape true body of Yi Xian. His entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot toward the gigantic 9-colored fireball with a diameter of 200 million miles in front of him. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through this ripple and rushed into the interior of the fireball. Buzz! In the next moment, an incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rushed toward him like a tide. Even Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, trembled slightly. He felt as if his divine soul had been shaken, and his qi and blood had become restless. As a cold light flashed, he immediately focused his gaze. In his line of sight, in the vast void that had been completely sealed within the fireball, there were clearly ripples that were like thin scales. Layer upon layer, as if they were wrinkles, it was a shocking sight to behold. The 9-colored fireball had a diameter of 200 million miles, and the space inside the fireball was also the same. But now, in this 200 million mile void, 5 huge figures could be seen hovering in the air. These 5 figures were the 5 heavenly Tao insects of the demon insect forbidden land. Their original size might have been larger, but now, due to the limited space inside the fireball, the 5 heavenly Tao insects had all shrunk to about 1 million miles in size. But, however, they were not gathered together. Instead, They were inside the flame wall of the fireball, occupying a pentagon. If a line was drawn between their bodies, it would clearly form a huge pentagram. The 5 heavenly Tao insects had different forms and bloodlines. Although they were the same size, only about 1,000,000 miles in size, the cultivation auras they emitted were different. The strongest existence was a black demonic insect whose cultivation level had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the weakest one, it was completely green. It was a cosmic green hornless centipede. Its cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and it had just entered the middle stages. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the strongest was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, they were more than just a little bit weaker. They were completely incapable of shaking him. However, the insect race was strange to begin with. Yi Xian had always hated insects, and it was precisely because of this that he had a headache over the various cosmic insect races. Now, the 5 heavenly Tao insects had clearly pushed the powers in their bodies to their limits. They had activated some sort of bloodline mystic technique, and their bodies were emitting invisible insect race frequencies. It would have been fine if it was just one of them. Although Yi Xian would feel a headache, he would not be affected in any way. His cultivation level had already reached an extremely high level, allowing him to ignore most attacks. But now, the 5 insect race were joining forces. They were using all their powers to activate the mystic technique in their bloodline. The invisible insect race frequencies that were emitted stacked and gathered together. The might was naturally completely different. At that moment, as his body transformed into a beam of light and entered the 9-colored fireball, the invisible and powerful insect race frequencies surged over, enveloping Yi Xian's massive body. Instantly, his soul trembled as he felt a stabbing pain in his body. Roar. Raging Ape roared angrily as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately shrunk his body to about 50 kilometers. He immediately felt better. But this was not a solution either. Yi Xian could sense that the insect race frequencies in the pentagram were converging towards him. He, who was inside, seemed to become the only vent as he constantly suffered the crushing pressure of the terrifying insect race frequencies. While, moreover, the longer this suppression lasted, the more powerful it would be. Yi Xian had only entered the fireball for a short period of time, but his body had already been pierced through. If he allowed this situation to continue, even though his body wouldn't explode and he wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to avoid being injured. The insect race was indeed strange. Now, there were 5 heavenly Tao realm insect race experts joining forces to activate the insect race frequencies in their bloodline. Under the stacking of the insect race frequencies, even Yi Xian, who was at the perfected heavenly Tao realm, found it difficult to withstand. Just this alone made it obvious. However, he was not worried. This was because the pentagram structure was fixed. It was not like other array formations that could undergo myriad changes. The 5 insect race heavenly Tao probably never expected to encounter such a situation. There was actually a powerful being that required the 5 of them to work together to stimulate the insectoid wave frequency in their bloodline to barely make the other party fear them. That was why they had never practiced any joint attack formation before this. In fact, even if they were to join forces in a hurry, it would only cause Yi Xian some fear. Swoosh. Boom. Rumble. As his figure flashed, Yi Xian shrank to his true form of a demonic ape that was about 500,000 kilometers in size. He instantly appeared in front of the weakest cosmic green centipede. Without any hesitation, the ferocious ape raised its right arm and immediately smashed down with its big-headed black cudgel. Remains the bone avatar lowered its left arm as the supreme divine power, heaven-falling bow, vanished. Its right arm was clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed down on the cosmic green centipede's back. At that instant, the ferocious ape and the bone avatar attacked. The remaining black fog avatar's eyes flashed as it opened its mouth and roared. A formless psyche force with terrifying might roared out and arrived first. In a blink of an eye, it enveloped the cosmic green centipede's body. At that instant, the cosmic green centipede's body trembled. The blazing green light in its eyes suddenly dimmed. At that moment, the ferocious ape's big-headed black cudgel smashed down on its head, while the bone avatar's punch landed on its back. Boom. Rumble. There was no suspense at all. The starry sky viper did not have the time to react at all. A terrifying and majestic force blasted into its body. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was over 1,000,000 kilometers long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Tight. Following that, the sound of a gale whistling through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the starry sky green mantis. Ching. It was instantly absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, where it immediately began to condense blood essence. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. In a flash, the cosmic green centipede had already died. The pentagram formation formed by the 5 heavenly law insectoids collapsed instantly, but the other 4 heavenly law insectoids were not affected. After each of them raised their heads and let out an incomparably shrill roar, their huge bodies that were 500,000 kilometers in size moved quickly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the previous pentagram formation turned into the current 4 symbols formation. The 4 heavenly law insectoids occupied the corners of the 4 symbols formation, and the insectoid waves emitted from their bodies did not stop at all. They were still pouring out invisibly. Roar. As time passed, the power of the invisible insectoid waves multiplied exponentially. The tingling feeling from Yi Xian's body became more intense, causing him to raise his head and let out a roar. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. He shot toward another heavenly law insectoid. M. Chapter 51:14. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. With the starry sky green centipede killed, the pentagram formation formed by the 5 heavenly Dao zergs instantly collapsed. However, the other 4 heavenly Dao insect race beings weren't affected in the slightest. Each of them raised their heads and let loose a shrill howl, upon which their gargantuan bodies instantly began to move. Their speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the pentagram formation turned into the current 4 symbols formation. The 4 heavenly Dao zergs occupied each corner of the 4 symbols formation. The zerg frequencies that emanated from their bodies did not stop at all. They continued to invisibly pour out, roar. As time passed, the invisible zerg frequencies around the cage multiplied exponentially. The piercing pain from their bodies intensified as Yi Xian raised his head and let out an angry roar. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot towards another zerg heavenly Dao. Boom. Rumble. Just like before, as the figure approached, Bao Yuan raised his right arm and smashed down with the big-headed black cudgel at the first moment. The skeleton avatar's right arm was clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed down on the starry sky green centipede's back. The remaining black fog avatar seemed to be planning on using his psyche mystic technique to launch an attack, so he did not do anything else. The space zerg's cultivation level wasn't weak, having reached the 5th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. His green eyes ignored the raging ape and the skeleton avatar. Instead, they were locked onto the black fog avatar that had yet to strike out with its fist. The death of the starry sky green centipede was witnessed by the 4 insect race heavenly Dao present. It could be said that the main reason why the starry sky green centipede was instantly destroyed was because of the terrifying and formless spiritual energy that the black fog avatar unleashed with a roar. First, the starry sky green centipede, the pentagram formation, had already fused the 5 zerg heavenly Dao's powers into one. Otherwise, the strongest among them would only be at heavenly Dao stage 8. That was even if the zerg had strange frequencies and astonishing powers. It was impossible for them to make a peak heavenly Dao like Yi Xian, who was at the perfected heavenly Dao stage 9, feel fear the moment they met. Since their powers were fused into one, their defense against attacks was naturally the same. That although this starry sky viper was only a level 4 heavenly wielder, when the powerful attacks of the violent ape and the skeleton clone landed on its body, it was equivalent to the 5 insect clan heavenly wielder bearing the power together. Therefore, the possibility of killing it in one hit was basically impossible. The reason for such an outcome was due to the mental power that the Black Fog clone unleashed back then. Essence godly power was the speciality of the demon dwellers. It was also shapeless and intangible. Just like the bug clans, bug clans, bug clans, bug clans, bug clan, bug clans, bug clan, bug clans, bug clan, bug clan, bug clans, bug clan, 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 bug clan. First, the green praying centipede had been distracted by the mental energy roared out by the black fog clone. It had temporarily cut off the connection between it and the other 4 insect clan Heavenly Dao, which was why it had been instantly killed. It could be said that Yi Xian had tasted the sweetness of this attack. Now that he was attacking a second time, it was naturally the same. It could be said that he was following the same pattern. His second target was obviously prepared for this as well. The painful experience of the fall of the starry sky green praying mantis was still fresh in his mind. Naturally, he would not allow such a tragedy to happen again. Now that he was already on guard against the black fog doppelganger, he immediately took precautions. As the devil ape rushed closer, a low buzzing sound was heard. At the same time, a huge light shield appeared on this insect clan Heavenly Dao's humongous body. This light shield was formed from the insect clan's wave frequency. He probably wanted to use it to defend against the black fog doppelganger's formless mental power so that it would not be like the starry sky green praying mantis earlier, where its connection with the other 3 insect clan Heavenly Dao was instantly cut off and it had to bear the attacks of the violent ape and the skeleton clone alone, perishing on the spot. Roar! Seeing all this, the black fog doppelganger did not hesitate at all and immediately opened its mouth to roar. This time, it did not just roar out a simple mental power. Instead, it used a mental power mystic technique. Clang! Initially, Yi Xian had obtained 4 types of mental power mystic techniques. The perfect shock and absolute shock were mental defense mystic techniques, and he had obtained 2 other mental power attack skills together with them. Split the annihilation spear and the destructive vortex. This time, he activated the destructive vortex, one of the 2 mental power attack mystic techniques. At this moment, following the black fog doppelganger's sudden roar, the purplish-black mental power source core that was suspended above the central domain in its mind began to spin wildly. Half of the mental power source core's mental power source core was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny dot that was hard to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog doppelganger's mind and whizzed toward the second insect clan Heavenly Dao in front of it. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly filled the air. The tiny speck that was as small as a speck of dust but was actually formed by compressing nearly half of the mental power source core's mental power source core in Yi Xian's mind to the extreme. When it rushed toward the huge light shield above the insect clan Heavenly Dao in front of it, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang. First, in an instant, a vast amount of mental power source core was completely released after being compressed to the extreme. In less than half a second, it enveloped a huge space with a diameter of millions of miles around the insect clan. The boundless mental power source core collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Screech! Sensing the impending danger, the insect clan Heavenly Dao's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. However, it could not change anything at all. It was already destined to die on the spot. An incomparably crisp sound of silk tearing rang out. The huge insect clan Heavenly Dao's light shield that enveloped its entire body was completely shattered in an instant. Bam! There was no suspense in what happened next. Bao Yuan's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed onto its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its back at the same time. This insect clan Heavenly Dao did not have time to react at all. A majestic and shocking power surged into its body, causing its entire body that was millions of miles wide to explode in an instant. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Whoosh! In an instant, the black fog clone suddenly waved its hand. Immediately, an invisible force surged out and turned into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, the insect clan Heavenly Dao's body exploded into a majestic blood mist that swept over. Collect. After entering the body, it was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation process. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 insect clan Heavenly Dao trapped within the 9-colored flame ball had already fallen. However, this was only the beginning. The remaining 3 insect clan Heavenly Dao were also unable to escape the fate of being killed. All of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the 3rd target. Following Yi Xian's attack, 2 of the 5 arachnid Heavenly Daos trapped within the 9-colored flame ball had fallen in the blink of an eye. However, this was only the beginning. The remaining 3 were also unable to escape the fate of being killed. All of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the 3rd target. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. The remaining 3 insect clan Heavenly Dao changed their positions again. The previous 4 symbols wave frequency formation turned into an iron triangle in the blink of an eye. The 3 Heavenly Dao insect clan members occupied the triangular positions. This was the 4 symbols transformation of 3 elements. However, during this process, the insect clan Heavenly Dao 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 insect clan did not stop for a moment. But trapped in this kind of wave frequency array, the wave frequency crushing force that one had to endure at every moment would increase with time. Because Yi Xian had been trapped in the wave frequency array for some time, the wave frequency crushing force would increase with time. Therefore 4, the wave frequency suppression he felt at this moment was not the slightest bit weaker than before. Instead, it had increased. The situation was not completely resolved. The only way was to destroy the tri-origin wave frequency grand formation before him and cause it to completely collapse. You're reading on novel full thanks. Screech. The violent ape raised its head and let out a violent roar. Immediately afterwards, the true body of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape shook its shoulders and shot forward, heading straight for the 3rd target. The insectoid's cultivation level was the same as the 2nd target, at the Heavenly Dao realm 5th stage. Therefore, when faced with the demonic ape's onslaught, the color in his face instantly drained. He immediately conjured the energy in his body, conjuring a pale blood-colored wave frequency shield above his massive body that spanned 500,000 kilometers. Roar. After seeing all of this, the black fog avatar did not hesitate at all. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. The purplish-black spirit source core that was suspended above the central domain of the sea of consciousness in its mind also began to rotate crazily at this moment. Essence, all of the spirit source core was instantly extracted and compressed into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the sea of consciousness and whizzed forward. Boom! A deafening sound shook the heavens. Such as, the purplish-black speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, suddenly exploded when it reached the huge light shield above the insect clan's heavenly axiom. The boundless spiritual origin power, which could be said to be vast, was completely released at this moment after being condensed to the extreme. In less than half an instant, it enveloped a large space with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers around the insectoid. The boundless spirit source core collided with each other, forming a huge energy vortex that was violent, annihilating everything. As the pale blood-colored wave frequency shield was blasted apart, the violent ape and the skeleton avatar attacked at the same time. The big-headed black stick and the skeleton avatar's giant fist punched out, respectively taking the head and body of the insectoid Heavenly Dao. Screech, boom boom, bam. There was no suspense in what happened next. This insectoid Heavenly Dao was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Under the threat of life and death, he only had time to let out an incomparably shrill howl before his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Black at this moment, the fog avatar suddenly waved its hand. Standing at this moment, an invisible force surged out, turning into a howling gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the insect race's heavenly Tao was swept over and absorbed into his body. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. Screech. Screech, Yi Xian, what exactly are you trying to do? The ninth stage of the heavenly Tao doesn't necessarily mean that you are invincible. If you kill me, you will definitely bring about endless calamity. Seeing that Yi Xian had attacked 3 times in a short period of time after charging into the 9-colored flame ball, and each time, it was a one-hit kill. In just a dozen breaths of time, he had already exterminated the 3 heavenly Tao insectoids in the demon insect forbidden area. The remaining 2 old fellows were finally afraid. As the voice of the divine sense was heard, the 2 of them moved again, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived together. The 3 yuan wave frequency killing array collapsed, and the invisible wave frequency force that filled the air dissipated, causing Yi Xian to suddenly feel lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Wang, but almost in the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out once again. Looking over, after the figures gathered together, the last 2 remaining insectoid heavenly Tao had once again activated the insectoid clan's wave frequency force in their bodies. 2 an invisible wave frequency light shield appeared at this moment. One was blood red, while the other was golden. In the blink of an eye, they stacked layer by layer and fused together perfectly, forming a 5 million mile long blood gold shield that completely enveloped the 2 of them. Obviously, these 2 old fellows had given up on attacking. Their wave frequency killing array was weakened from the initial 5 lights to the 4 divisions, and then from the 4 divisions to the 3 yuan. In the end, it was defeated by Yi Xian in one blow. Now, although the insectoid clan's wave frequency formation was fully activated again, forming the yin-yang wave frequency formation, unlike the previous 5 lights, for divisions, and 3 yuan, this yin-yang wave frequency formation did not have any offensive ability. The only power it had was its defense. Only just from this point, it could be seen that the defensive ability of this yin-yang wave frequency formation was definitely not ordinary. They had actually given up on the defensive power obtained after attacking. In addition, the yin and yang formation that activated this yin-yang defense formation were 2 late-stage insectoid clan heavenly Tao. One was at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, while the other was at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. Its power could be imagined. Screech. Brain everything flashed through the black fog clone's mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate at all. After raising his head and letting out a ruthless roar, he immediately activated the mental power in his body again. This time, the black fog clone used the annihilation spear, one of the 2 mental attack secret techniques, which was more powerful. The annihilation spear extracted a large amount of mental power. Instead of turning into a mental vortex, it turned into an extremely tiny point that was like the tip of a spear, and it was ruthlessly stabbed out. Under this situation, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was on the smallest point. One could imagine how sharp and invincible this tiny point that turned into a battle spear was. At this moment, following the black fog clone's thought, the mental source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness unknowingly spun faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a tiny mental bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy silk, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech. Screech. At this moment, sensing the threat, the 2 insect clan heavenly Tao and the yin-yang defense formation trembled violently and raised their heads at the same time to let out a ruthless roar. Kacha, boom. Rumble. But, unfortunately, this could not change anything at all. Almost in the next instant, like a thread, the mental bundle with the shadow of a battle spear behind it had already descended. After an incomparably crisp crack, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Kacha, boom. Rumble. Followed by, as the black fog clone moved, almost in the next instant, like a thread, the mental bundle with the shadow of a battle spear behind it had already descended. After an incomparably crisp crack, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, the energy light shield that enveloped the two of them had completely collapsed. Like blood-colored glass, it turned into countless fragments and scattered with a loud bang. This, the two insect clan Heavenly Tao clearly knew what the collapse of this shield meant. At this moment, their bodies trembled violently, and at the same time, they raised their heads and let out a ruthless roar. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled to the left and right. For example, now, their bodies had shrunk to about 1,000,000 miles, and this internal space that was completely sealed by the nine-colored fireball had a radius of 200 million miles. Although they could not escape, there was still a considerable amount of space to move within the fireball for a short period of time. Although this was no different from a deathbed struggle, who would be willing to wait helplessly for death? Even if they had to die in the end, it would be better to delay it a little longer. Rumble. Rumble, with a thought, a low rumble that made one's heart palpitate instantly came from all directions. Looking over, the flame wall of the nine-colored fireball suddenly moved and was rapidly shrinking inwards. The final result of this was that the space inside the fireball would become smaller and smaller, and these two insect clan Heavenly Tao would have nowhere to escape to. They could either rush towards the flame wall and seek their own deaths, or face Yi Xian head-on and be suppressed by his terrifying battle power and die. Screech, screech. Most of the time, when the time came, the eyes of these two insect clan Heavenly Tao were about to split open. They raised their heads and let out incomparably shrill screeches. Tight, following that, a spiritual perception voice sounded. There was a hint of warning amidst the despair and determination. Clearly, they had not completely given up and still wanted to make a final struggle. Yi Xian, don't force us. At most, we will self-destruct. You are also in this fireball. Although you are a peak Heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection, we are also at the late stages of this realm. Once we self-destruct, you will definitely be injured. That's right. We have no enmity in the past, so why do we have to take this step? Why don't you leave? We promise that we will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Besides, my previous words were definitely not a bluff. Although I am only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, I have an elder in my clan who is a peak Heavenly Tao like you. Furthermore, he has been in this realm for countless years. He is definitely stronger than you. Once I die here, he will definitely seek you out to avenge me. Rumble. Boom. The screeches continued, but Yi Xian was completely unmoved. He had encountered such threats countless times. If Yi Xian was someone who could be intimidated by threats, he would have long perished countless times. There was no way he could have come this far and reached the heights he had today. As the screeching continued, the nine-colored fireball constantly shrank. The space inside was originally 200 million kilometers wide, but now, in just 3 short breaths, the entire fireball's diameter had shrunk by half. There was only 100 million kilometers left. Upon seeing this scene, the two insect clan Heavenly Tao finally lost all hope. You will regret it. Screech. Bang. Bang. Boom. 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 With a screech, the two insect clan Heavenly Tao simultaneously activated the power in their bodies to self-destruct. Terrifying and boundless energy instantly wreaked havoc, but it was confined within the fireball. One could imagine how powerful it was. Even Yi Xian did not dare to recklessly face it head-on. Although he would not die, he would definitely be injured. At the next moment, as the two bug-race Tiandao's gigantic bodies exploded, they turned into a crimson blood mist that spread out rapidly. A cold gleam flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes, and he immediately turned around and darted toward the flame wall behind him. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the nine-colored fireball and arrived at the forbidden space outside. Swoosh! What surprised him was that almost at the same time Yi Xian's figure charged out of the nine-colored fireball, an incomparably weak blood-colored light shot out from within the fireball. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned. The blood-colored light just now was too fast. Even he could not react in time. Moreover, it was emitting a dense insect clan aura that could not be dispersed. If he was not mistaken, this should be some kind of bloodline secret technique of the rank 8 insect clan. It was activated at the cost of self-destruction, and its function should be to send a message. Just now, he had said that there was a clan elder with the same cultivation level as Yi Xian behind him. The blood-colored light that sent the message just now was probably heading straight for that existence. These insects are really troublesome. While muttering to himself, Bao Yuan turned around and entered the fireball again after 3 breaths. Although the energy aura in the interior space was still extremely turbulent, it was no longer a threat to him because Yi Xian had activated the 9-colored fireball to neutralize it. However, there was an incomparably dense smell of blood spreading in the void. It was the majestic blood and chi left behind by the self-destruction of the 2 insect clan heavenly Dao bodies. In the next moment, the black fog clone suddenly waved his hand, and immediately, an invisible strength chi shot out, turning into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept away the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the insect clan heavenly Dao body. Collect. After entering his body, he directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, where he began to condense the blood essence. Previously, he already had 13 heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed all 5 of the heavenly Dao insect clan S in the demon insect forbidden area, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 18. This was not even counting the ones in the hands of the devouring treasure body. Huff! In the next moment, with a thought from him, a strange sound was heard. The huge 9-colored fireball that covered hundreds of billions of miles of space completely collapsed, turning into a 9-colored sea of flames that quickly condensed. In less than an instant, it had already turned into a weak point and entered Bao Yuan's body. Chapter 51:15. Walala, swoosh, immediately after calming down his excited heart, a dark light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. With a thought, the black fog avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Same as in an instant, it condensed into a weak point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. Since at this moment, everything came to an end. The 9-colored sea of flames retracted, and Yi Xian also withdrew from his 3-headed, 6-armed, strongest devil ape true form. Bao Yuan's body had also shrunk, and was now only about 3 feet tall. However, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was still at the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Looking around, there was a large amount of colorful insect liquid left in the entire star domain of the demonic insect forbidden grounds. Other than that, there was no sign of life anywhere else. Bang! In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the large forbidden area of the insect nest was completely destroyed by him alone, turning into a dead zone. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle prowess of the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection realm, Heavenly Dao, was. It seems that I have to deal with that insect that is also at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he finds the Magic Hall's forbidden area, it will be troublesome. As he muttered, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. His killing intent instantly reached its peak. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, such a large insect lair forbidden area had been completely destroyed by Yi Xian alone. The terrifying battle prowess of the peak Heavenly Dao realm of the 9th stage could be seen from this. As a result, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It seems that the insect that is also at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm has to be dealt with as soon as possible. As he muttered, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. His killing intent instantly reached its peak. Otherwise, if he finds the forbidden grounds of the Demon Hall, it will be really troublesome. Dang! However, he did not know where the existence behind the insect clan Heavenly Way was, but this matter was not urgent. The Goat Horn Immortal was very likely to know, but this demon insect forbidden land was not a suitable place for interrogation. Calculating the time, it had been about the time it took to eat a meal. From the very beginning, Yi Xian had pushed his cultivation base to the limit, transforming it into a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire forbidden land of devil insects. When he had exterminated countless insect tribes, a shocking rumbling sound had been heard. Roa! If nothing out of the ordinary happened, the news of the shocking turn of events in the fiendish insect forbidden zone had already spread. The heavenly Dao realm experts from the surrounding forbidden zones could descend at any moment. He had to leave as soon as possible. Xiao. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the power in his body. With a faint sound of breaking air, his figure instantly disappeared. This time, he did not use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body because the 3 interstellar coordinate points that he had imprinted in this primordial chaos void were all on the right bank of the Milky Way. One was near the giant source nest star that nurtured his strongest avatar, located in the left side of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The other was near the source nest base camp, located in the right side of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The last was right in front of the endless dark zone in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. It was the entrance area of the star vortex passage that led to the rising star forbidden land of the great wilderness world. But, now that the great wilderness world had been swallowed by the endless turbulent void, it could be said to no longer exist. Therefore, this interstellar coordinate jump point had almost lost its meaning of existence. However, Yi Xian's current system title could only imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same large plane of the void. In the primordial chaos void, these 3 opportunities had been used up. He had previously wondered if he could erase the interstellar coordinate jump point near the star vortex passage leading to the rising star forbidden land of the great wilderness world in the endless dark zone in front of the right bank, and then imprint a jump point in a suitable area on the left bank. Whether this was feasible or not, and whether the system approved it, was still unknown. While this time, when he left the demon insect forbidden land, the reason why he did not use the interstellar coordinate jump ability was that he had not finished his business in the left bank area. This time, his purpose was not as simple as destroying the demon insect forbidden land. Killing the 5 heavenly Dao demon insects in the demon insect forbidden land was just a matter of convenience to avoid future troubles. The ultimate purpose of this trip was to inquire about the secrets of the major realms after the heavenly Dao realm. He needed to find some ancient existences that had lived for a long time before he could obtain some information. Whoosh. Break. With a sound, Yi Xian's figure appeared and walked out of a void rift. Looking around, it was dark all around. He could not see the bright stars emitted by the Milky Way star field. This was the dark void in front of the left bank of the Milky Way. The left bank. The left bank was the same as the right bank. After leaving the Milky Way star field, it was also a vast and endless dark void. After Yi Xian left the demon insect forbidden land this time, the direction he teleported to was this dark void far away from the left bank. The resplendent starlight emitted by the Milky Way star region could no longer be seen. From this, it could be seen that this place was extremely far away from the left bank. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there. He continued to move forward. After 2 days, he finally saw a star in an incomparably remote area of space. It was not a source hive star, but an abandoned star without any signs of life. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. His powerful divine sense swept the entire abandoned star twice inside and out. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he shook his shoulders and rushed into the core of the abandoned star. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a light beam instantly shot out and turned into the goat horn immortal. This old guy had shrunk his body size to only about 10 feet. Now, Yi Xian had returned to his human form and looked a few times smaller than him. Your Excellency, this is... After being stunned for a moment, the goat horn immortal's figure immediately flickered. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an old man. He was dressed in a brown robe and looked somewhat wretched. His eyes flickered. This is the endless dark void in front of the left bank, inside the core of an abandoned star. Seeing that the other party was very obedient and did not extend his divine sense to investigate without permission, Yi Xian nodded. He was rendered speechless by the cowardice of a heavenly Dao realm expert. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for the 5 old fogies in the forbidden devil insect grounds, I've done as you requested. I've killed all of them, including the rest of the insectoids in the forbidden devil insect grounds. None of them escaped, however, after that Class 8 Zerg self-destructed, perhaps because he used some kind of bloodline mystic technique. a blood-colored beam shot out from his body. The blood-colored beam's function is likely to be a transmission. Before he was killed, he mentioned that there was an elder in his race behind him. He was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the perfected Class 9 realm. Do you know anything about this person's background? Yi Xian had summoned him to inquire about this matter. Although he was not afraid of the peak heavenly Tao expert behind the Class 8 Zerg, he was worried that the person would seek out the magic hall's forbidden land in a fit of rage. If that were the case, his subordinates in the magic hall's forbidden land would definitely not be his match. Heavens! He was afraid that Pig Spirit, the Empyrean Beast, the Devouring Treasured Body, and Shi Wanjin, the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts, would be of no use. As for Yi Xian, he could not stay in the magic hall's forbidden land forever. Therefore, the best solution was to find that old fellow and finish him off first. Only then would he be at ease. I actually forgot about this matter. We're doomed. We've poked a big hole. That existence is very likely to break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos Tao realm. The Goat Horn Immortal clearly knew about the peak heavenly Tao expert behind the Class 8 Zerg. However, from his expression, this old fellow seemed to have forgotten about this matter. Now that he was reminded by Yi Xian, especially when he heard that the Class 8 Zerg had self-destructed to activate some kind of bloodline mystic technique before his death and send out a blood-colored beam, his expression instantly changed. Instantly. His face turned deathly pale, and he almost fell to the ground in fright. Sir, you can't say that. I didn't ask you to kill the 5 of them. This. I was just thinking about it. Silver said. Left bank, right bank, demonic Zerg forbidden land. Selah. It had been 4 hours since Yi Xian left, but the entire void of the demonic Zerg forbidden land remained dead silent. The vast stellar domain had turned into a dead zone. There was no sign of life at all, at that moment. In the void that was so silent that it left one shuddering, there were a few crisp ripping sounds. In different directions in the stellar domain, 6 void rifts appeared one after another. Crack. No figure walked out of the rifts, but there was an extremely powerful divine perception that extended out and swept through the massive demonic Zerg forbidden land. The 6 divine senses were extremely powerful and were all at the heavenly Tao realm. There was not a single one at the early or middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. All of them were at the late stage heavenly Tao realm. Divine the perception powers all exuded a thick aura of ferocious beasts. Clearly, the existences in the rifts were heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from other supreme forbidden lands. Soon, after the 6 powerful divine consciousnesses scanned the area and obtained the results, a series of divine consciousnesses sounded from the 6 void cracks that continued to exist. All of them were shocked to the point of incomparable shock and monstrous fury. What happened? In just a few hours, the entire massive demonic Zerg forbidden land has been completely reduced to a dead zone? Not only have all the Zerg in the forbidden land perished, even the 6 Zerg heavenly Tao were the same. To do all of this in such a short period of time and leave so calmly, it requires at least 2 peak heavenly Tao at the perfected Tier 9 realm to join forces. Perhaps there's only one person on the other side? To be able to capture the 9-colored divine flames aura in the void, there's no doubt that it was done by that ferocious ape. He has a sea of flames to seal his targets before killing them one by one. All it takes is 1 peak heavenly Tao to do all of this. See. How long has it been? Has this ferocious ape already stepped into the perfected Tier 9 realm of the heavenly Tao realm? After all, he was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm when he came to the Dragon Whale forbidden land. The speed of his growth is too astonishing. What's more serious is that this person already knows of our secret alliance and plans to attack him. His arrival in the demonic Zerg forbidden land is likely a warning, or even, a provocation. Roar. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Towards the end, the 6 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts seemed to be enraged. Shocking roars and ruthless howls came from the void fissure before it closed silently. It was as if they had never been there. The entire demonic Zerg forbidden land fell into a deathly silence once again, at the same time, in the endless dark void ahead of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely remote corner, there was a huge abandoned planet. At this moment, there was a murmur that sounded like sleep talk. Although the voice wasn't loud, it was filled with endless anger and killing intent. Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian? Cosmic Ferocious Ape? You actually dared to kill a descendant of this sovereign's clan. Originally, I had just broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the strongest realm of the primordial chaos Great Tao. This is a great blessing. Now that I've just broken through and haven't stabilized my cultivation, I've encountered such bad news. Clearly, you're deliberately causing trouble for this lord. This matter is definitely not over. Just you wait. This lord will come out of seclusion soon. When that time comes, you will fall. Ruthless. Similarly, in the endless dark void ahead of the left bank of the Milky Way, it was in another direction, in an extremely remote area far away. At that moment, Yi Xian and the Goat Horn Immortal were in the stellar core of an abandoned planet. As Yi Xian asked about the Zerg Heavenly Tao's elder, especially when he heard that he had activated a bloodline mystic technique by self-detonating before his death. Furthermore, he had used it to send out a transmission blood beam. The Goat Horn Immortal's body instantly trembled. I actually forgot about this matter. I'm doomed. I've poked a hole in the heart. That existence is very likely to break through the heavenly Tao realm and step into the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. As he exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale. He nearly fell to the ground in fright. My lord, you can't say that. This lowly one didn't ask you to kill the 5 of them. This lowly one was only thinking about it. For a mighty heavenly Tao realm expert to be so cowardly, even though he knew that he had such a temperament, the scene that unfolded before him still left Yi Xian dumbfounded. He nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. A few seconds later, Yi Xian opened his mouth. He originally wanted to reprimand him, but he stopped abruptly. He helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. This fellow was already so frightened, so what was the point of reprimanding him? It wouldn't be good if he fainted on the spot from fright. It looks like you know the origins and details of that old bastard. That's perfect. Tell me in detail in a while. After a sigh, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic midway. A glint flashed in his eyes as he revealed a look of excitement. He immediately pressed, I heard you mention something about the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Now, tell me in detail, my lord. You come from the primordial great world, so you naturally know that in a great world like the primordial great world, the heavenly Tao realm is the strongest existence. There are many great worlds like the primordial great world. Every primordial era begins, there will be many great worlds. Yi Xian seemed to be extremely interested in these matters. Goat Horn Immortal was stunned for a moment. After a slight pause, he tirelessly explained everything in detail. Every primordial era begins. There will be the birth of 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials. Great worlds like the primordial great world are the great worlds that these Chaos Fiend Celestials established outside the primordial void. Of course, there are only 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials, but the number of great worlds and small worlds in every epoch is far more than that. This can be seen from the large number of ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions that surround the 2 sides of the Milky Way. The strongest experts in these ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions were almost all heavenly Tao masters of a great world or small world. There are so many great and small worlds because some of them were established by Chaos Fiend Celestials. As for the small worlds, they were established by powerful connate ferocious beasts that developed the bloodline of Chaos Fiend Celestials. But whether it is the great worlds established by Chaos Fiend Celestials or the small worlds established by first-generation connate ferocious beasts, the heavenly Tao realm is the limit. Above the heavenly Tao is the primordial realm. The primordial realm is the highest realm in the primordial void that we are in now. In order to distinguish it from the heavenly Tao realm, the primordial realm is also known as the Great Tao realm, and the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials that are born at the beginning of every new epoch in the primordial void are Great Tao existences of the primordial realm. These Chaos Fiend Celestials are also known as the primordial seeds. The primordial void starts a new primordial era time after time to nurture them. They are like seeds that are sown in the hopes of being born from them. Even in the primordial void, they do not exist. They belong to the legendary Supreme Chaos Realm experts. Primordial Great Tao? Supreme Chaos Realm? When the goat horn immortal said that, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. His heart stirred as he subconsciously exclaimed, previously, he was completely unaware of the great realms after the heavenly Tao realm and was at a loss. But now, he suddenly knew of the existence of two great realms. It was a pleasant surprise for him. No. According to the goat horn immortal, the so-called Supreme Chaos Realm was only a legend even in the primordial void. In other words, Supreme Chaos Realm experts did not exist in the present primordial void. Therefore, the primordial Chaos Great Tao Realm was the strongest realm in the primordial void. This was not good news because it meant that the so-called Great Tao Realm was equivalent to the heavenly Tao Realm in the various small and large worlds in the primordial void. In the various small and large worlds, the heavenly Tao Realm was the limit. Therefore, Yi Xian's 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power was only effective at those below the heavenly Tao realm. Regardless of his cultivation level, after activating the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, he could only reach the desolate supremacy realm at most. He would not be able to step into the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, in the primordial void, the great Tao realm was the limit. Here, regardless of Yi Xian's cultivation level, he could only reach the heavenly Tao realm at most when using the 9th transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations. In the various small and large worlds like the primordial void were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. There was no way to obtain the combat strength of the heavenly Tao realm through mystic arts. And in the primordial void, there was the great Tao's suppression. There was no way to obtain the combat strength of the great Tao realm through mystic arts. In the primordial void, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the desolate supremacy realm. After activating the bloodline divine power in his body and using the 9th transformation, he already had the cultivation level of a heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. If his previous conjecture was correct, it meant that even if his cultivation level broke through another level, reaching the desolate supremacy realm at the peak of the desolate supremacy realm, or even breaking through again, allowing his cultivation level to truly enter the heavenly Tao realm, but under the 9th transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations, his cultivation level would still be the same as his current peak combat strength. He would only be at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for him to improve further and obtain the strength of the primordial chaos great Tao. All of this flashed through his mind as he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. After entering the primordial void, he was no longer suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The grievance he felt when facing the primeval heaven's eye in the primordial void would never appear again. However, he never expected that a similar situation would happen again in such a short period of time. However, the difference was that back in the primordial void, he was facing the heavenly Tao's suppression. When he encountered a heavenly Tao realm expert, he could only retreat in grievance. However, in the primordial void, he was facing the suppression of the great Tao. The experts that could make him retreat in grievance had changed from the heavenly Tao realm to the current primordial chaos great Tao realm. Up until now, he had never heard of any existence in the primordial chaos great Tao realm that was at the same level as the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials. However, the vast primordial chaos void was too deep. There might be few existences at that level, but it was definitely impossible for there to be none. For example, the goat horn immortal had mentioned that the elder behind the fiendish insect forbidden zone's rank 8 insectoid had most likely stepped into the so-called primordial chaos great Tao realm. What the F***ck. He originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted, but from the looks of it, he probably had to tuck his tail between his legs. Although he had never encountered an existence at the primordial chaos great Tao realm, since the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials that were born in the primordial chaos void every epoch belonged to that level, it was obvious how terrifying the so-called primordial chaos great Tao realm was. From the looks of it, the deduction and refinement of the pill formula for the level 31 Heavenly Tao treasure pill after the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill should be put on the agenda. Now, he already knew that after the Heavenly Tao realm was the primordial chaos great Tao realm. Therefore, the level 31 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill should be called the Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. Since in the Primordial Chaos Void, no existence could use mystic arts or divine powers to forcefully break through the Great Tao's suppression and obtain the strength of the Primordial Chaos Great Tao ahead of time. Then, if he didn't want to be bullied, Yi Xian's only choice was to allow his true cultivation strength to officially step into that realm. First, with this in mind, he instantly had a direction. Regardless, he had to first allow his cultivation strength to officially step into the Heavenly Tao realm. Second then, he would seize the opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. At the same time, he would gather the Heavenly Tao blood essence and the other ingredients needed for the pill formula before finally refining the level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill. First, once his true cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he would be able to successfully step into the Primordial Chaos Great Tao realm after swallowing it. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but to truly accomplish it, it clearly wouldn't take a day or two. The difficulties and dangers involved would definitely be unimaginable. But to Yi Xian, at least the path ahead that was originally filled with confusion had now become clear and he had a direction. Second, that was more than enough. After pondering for a while, his heart gradually became firm and he no longer had any doubts. His originally agitated emotions also slowly calmed down as he temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. As he thought about it, he quickly recalled the supreme chaos that the Goat Horn Immortal had mentioned. What he meant was that the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of every new epoch in the primordial chaos void were great Tao-level existences in the primordial chaos realm. Second, apart from that, these 3,000 chaos demon gods were also known as the primordial chaos seeds. Every time the primordial chaos void started a new primordial chaos era, it would nurture them and spread them out like seeds in the hope that they would be born. Even in the primordial chaos void, they didn't exist and belonged to the legendary level of supreme chaos realm experts. These words allowed Yi Xian to have a clearer understanding of the so-called primordial chaos era. If the entire primordial chaos void was viewed as a life form, every epoch was equivalent to a reincarnation of this life form. And the reason why it reincarnated time and time again was to allow its life form to undergo a metamorphosis and upgrade. The ultimate goal of this metamorphosis and upgrade was the supreme chaos. The primordial chaos void wanted to evolve into a higher level chaos void. Second, at the beginning of every reincarnation, it would nurture 3,000 chaos demon gods that were like seeds in order to give birth to a supreme chaos realm expert. This kind of reincarnation should have happened countless times, but it failed every time. Among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were nurtured in every epoch, no one was able to successfully evolve into a supreme chaos realm existence. Therefore, its reincarnation cycle continued, and the key to evolving into a supreme chaos realm should be within the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way galaxy. It was just a guess, but Yi Xian had a rough idea. Chapter 51:16. He did not harp on the matter after some thought. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was to allow his cultivation level to officially break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago, so he needed to temper himself with great battles to welcome the opportunity for another breakthrough. Thinking upon coming to this point, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he muttered, "I'll call it heaven hunting. While tempering myself through bloody battles, I can also obtain Heavenly Tao blood essence." After understanding the two major realms after the Heavenly Tao realm, as well as understanding the truth behind the primordial chaos void's epochal cycles, Yi Xian had at least a general guess. The perplexity in his heart vanished as his eyes turned resolute once again. Regarding all of this, he quickly stopped harping on it. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was for his cultivation level to officially break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago. To achieve another breakthrough in a short period of time, he needed to temper himself with great battles. He had to completely digest what he had gained from the previous breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xian thought of a new plan. He named it heaven hunting, which meant that he would seek out heavenly Tao realm experts to battle. He wanted to temper himself through bloody battles and at the same time, obtain heavenly Tao blood essence. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. By the way, what's the origin of the existence behind the Class 8 insectoid you mentioned? Yi Xian retracted his distracting thoughts as he turned to look at Goat Horn Immortal. Do you know the exact details? I don't know the exact details. I don't even know what species of cosmic insectoid that senior insectoid is. Seeing Yi Xian ask about the matter again, Goat Horn Immortal did not dare hide anything. He immediately said, I've only heard him mention it once in a while. He said that there's a senior in his race backing him. He had long stepped into the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the perfected Class 9 realm countless years ago. Later, he left the fiendish insectoid forbidden zone alone in search of a place for seclusion. He attempted to break through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. When that Zerg senior left, there was only one heavenly Tao realm existence in the entire forbidden zone. It was that old fellow at the 8th stage. Back then, this lowly one had just entered the primordial era and had yet to enter the forbidden zone. Therefore, this lowly one had never seen that person. As he spoke, a disappointed expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but there was vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Such as now, Goat Horn Immortal was already a first-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. Back when he first entered the ranks of mighty figures in the primordial chaos, it was definitely an extremely long time ago. According to the cultivation speed of ordinary cosmos experts in the primordial chaos void, it was at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the elder behind the 8th rank insect clan was already an incomparably powerful peak heavenly Tao expert. Moreover, he had already stepped into this realm for a long time and was preparing to break through to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. That was definitely an extremely ancient existence. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was very likely that he had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. However, it was also possible that this person had yet to break through. This was because the forbidden zone was his lair. Back then, he had left this place in search of a seclusion ground to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, if he had already broken through, he would likely return. Thought upon reaching this point, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. As long as that old fellow had yet to break through and was still in seclusion, there was no need to worry about his threat. Yi Xian had treasured pills of various grades and his cultivation speed was unprecedented. Perhaps, he might be able to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm before him. You can leave at any time now. However, I'm warning you. It's best you keep your mouth shut about everything regarding me. Don't spread the news. After putting the matter to the back of his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He looked at the Goat Horn Immortal again and warned, if not, I have my means of finding you and killing you no matter where you are. Back in the Forbidden Zone, he had promised to spare his life. Yi Xian was not one to go back on his word. Furthermore, this mixed-blood Zerg was so timid. His cultivation level was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. To Yi Xian, he really did not pose any threat. To go back on his word for an existence that did not pose a threat, it would damage his Tao heart. This was not a worthwhile matter. Yi Xian naturally knew how to make the right choice. Sir, are you chasing me away? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the Goat Horn Immortal's body trembled slightly. A look of panic instantly suffused his face. Chase away. Following that, he said, I have nowhere to go now, right? The entire Forbidden Zone has been wiped out. If I'm the only one traveling outside, I will instantly attract suspicion once I'm discovered. In order to deal with your excellency, those 5 old fogies have secretly formed an alliance with many old freaks on the left bank and right bank. If those old fogies know that I'm still alive, they will definitely pursue me relentlessly. I have nowhere to run or hide. Upon saying this, he suddenly thought of something as a glint flashed in his eyes. He continued, by the way, Your Excellency, aren't you from the right bank? Why don't you let me hide in that cauldron of yours first? Why don't you release me after you return to the right bank? It's too far from the left bank to the right bank. With my present cultivation level and strength, it will take me at least 2 months. Along the way, I will pass through various forbidden zones on the left bank and right bank. It's very likely that I will encounter those old fogies at the Heavenly Tao realm. Your Excellency is at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, so you naturally have nothing to fear. However, I can't. I'm only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, and I've only just entered this realm. If I were to encounter them, I would probably be caught on the spot. At this point, the goat horn immortal no longer spoke. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a bitter expression. The look in his eyes was full of pleading. Seeing this fellow so terrified, Yi Xian was speechless. However, when he thought about it, the goat horn immortal was honest from the beginning to the end and was extremely cooperative with him. In addition, this old fellow was truly pitiful to the point of speechlessness. In any case, he would just casually bring him to the right bank and wouldn't delay him in any way. For a moment, Yi Xian really couldn't say anything to refuse. I'll help you one more time. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he reminded him, I'll make it clear to you. I won't leave this place for the time being. There are still other things that I can't do. I have to finish everything before I return. Therefore, if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the cauldron for quite some time. It's okay. Seeing Yi Xian agree, the goat horn immortal's face was full of joy. He waved his hand repeatedly. That's the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and it's still in my lord's body. This is naturally the safest place. In other words, he seemed to have the intention of staying in the cauldron forever to seek protection. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Xiao. After sighing, Yi Xian waved his hand and put the goat horn immortal into the farmer god's treasure cauldron. Then, his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. His next destination was the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. He wanted to see if the primeval heaven's eye was there. He wanted to see if his previous injuries had recovered. After a few days, he silently snuck into the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. What he saw was dead silence. Instantly, Yi Xian was stunned. He suspected that he had come to the wrong place, in the end of the dark zone, in a parallel void that was connected to the primordial chaos void. A huge oval-shaped star stood there. It emitted an obscure but extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void, but it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void. But in fact, it had nothing, not even a tiny speck of cosmic dust. And in this void, there was a huge green eye that stood there like a star. It was the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space that he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos void. Usually, the primeval heaven's eye would be in seclusion here. And among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had the qualifications to enter this place. Only they knew the coordinates to enter. After returning from the endless dark void in front of the galaxy's right bank, the primeval heaven's eye immediately entered this place. Now, more than 2 months had passed, and his injuries had only just fully recovered. Rip. Rip. At that moment, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Void rifts appeared in the distant dark void. Immediately following that, figures rushed out of the rifts. They were of varying sizes, but even the smallest figure was millions of kilometers in size. In just a few seconds, 8 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 8 figures walked out from within. The 8 figures were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was among them. There were a total of 10 heavenly Tao generals under the desolate heaven Tao's green eye, but not long ago, the elite team sent by the green eye to the right bank's magic hall's forbidden zone was wiped out. The 2 heavenly Tao generals, the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, had perished as a result. It was the same for the netherworld furnace. It no longer belonged to the primeval heaven's eye. Buzz. With the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals summoned, the primeval heaven's eye that stood silently in the middle of the void trembled slightly. An extremely deep hum sounded as a faint azure light flashed. The gigantic azure vertical eye opened. This time, I've suffered heavy losses. The gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light as it surveyed the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals before continuing. Not only have the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast perished, even the netherworld furnace was lost. It can be said that, we went for wool but came home shorn. Around them, the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals of the desolate forbidden zone looked at each other in silence. They could sense the immense wrath of the primeval heaven's eye. It was completely unprecedented. I've already learned that not long ago, Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian descended upon the dragon whale forbidden zone. That dragon whale at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already been killed by him. After a pause, the primeval heaven's eye's voice sounded once again. It was filled with endless indignation. Clearly, he is seeking revenge. What's even more unsettling is that in a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level has broken through once again. He is now at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. With his way of doing things, the dragon whale forbidden zone is only his first stop. Following that, he will definitely visit my desolate forbidden zone. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it's also a trial for my desolate forbidden zone. If we aren't careful, all the ancient desolate beasts in the forbidden zone will be implicated. Go. Bring all the ancient desolate beasts in the forbidden zone, as well as those loyal warriors who have been following me since time immemorial, to this parallel void. This is our core strength. In the future, when the Milky Way stellar domain opens, they will most likely need to enter the Milky Way stellar domain to compete for providence. We cannot sacrifice them for nothing. As for the living beings in the 3 main cosmic planes, let them stay there. Weeping Soul, use your bloodline mystic art to seal their souls with Weeping Soul's might, sending them into a deep slumber. With that said, the primeval heavens I did not speak again. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star slowly closed. Hung desolate forbidden zone. Rip. Rip. Ching. The crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as 8 rifts appeared in the stellar domain's void within the forbidden zone. 8 extremely powerful ancient desolate beasts rushed out from within. All of them were existences at the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao generals under the heavenly Tao green eye. Roar. Roar, screech. Almost at the instant of their arrival, the 8 desolate beast generals had already transmitted via divine perception. In the abandoned planets in the depths of the desolate forbidden zone's stellar domain, there were immediately earth-shattering roars and howls. Numerous ancient desolate beasts rushed out of the planets, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. All of them surged towards the 8 rifts. They were going to temporarily hide in the parallel space where the primeval heavens I was in seclusion. There were just too many desolate beasts. This scene lasted for 3 days before the 8 rifts in the void closed. The entire desolate forbidden zone, apart from the sea of battleships in the void to the left of the stellar domain and the countless experts in the battleships, was empty. Whoosh! At this moment, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's figure silently appeared. With a flash of blood in its eyes, it instantly shot towards the endless sea of battleships on the left of the stellar domain. Look! When they saw this scene, an uproar instantly sounded in this endless sea of battleships, revealing a wisp of endless shock and fear. The mighty figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 races of the second universe, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Azure Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, were currently gathered in a stellar fortress with a diameter of a million meters. But now, their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. There was also a strong fluctuation coming from another stellar fortress's main control cabin. The hundreds of desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures gathered here were all from the first universe's plane. They were the foundation of the original first universe's slave races. And now, as if realizing that something bad was about to befall them, those desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures shuddered violently, a look of despair appearing on their faces, except for, moreover, on the everlasting star of the third universe's human faction, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivators faction in the sky and palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were all gathered together. If, counting the elders of various ranks of the original 10,000 net federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of ancient mighty figures and ancient paragons gathered here from the third universe. But now, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to befall them. Whoosh, as countless ancient beasts in the entire great desolate forbidden land migrated away, the figure of the weeping soul blood ape also appeared quietly. With a flash of bloody light in its eyes, it immediately blasted toward the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the star field. This, no one knew what that scene meant, but it was clearly not a good thing. Brain as those thoughts flashed through their minds, there was an uproar in the endless sea of battleships, revealing endless shock and fear. Everyone present, some of them had looks of horror on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to descend. Screech. In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul blood ape's figure had already shot over, hovering above the endless sea of battleships. Without hesitation or nonsense, a dark light flashed in its eyes, and it immediately raised its head to let out a terrifying roar. It was the weeping soul sound that was produced when it activated the bloodline's secret technique in its body. The sound wave was formless, but it had the mysterious power of weeping soul that directly affected the soul. And now, the one who used the bloodline's secret technique was a heavenly Tao elite, so its power was even more obvious. In an instant, a formless sound wave swept out, spreading towards the endless sea of battleships beneath the weeping soul blood ape. Part 1: The mighty figures and desolate supremacy elders of the 9 races from the 2 universes, the Blood Wyrm race, the Azure Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Ox race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colored Python race, the Covetous Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race, trembled violently as their eyes filled with despair. Heavens! Is that weeping soul blood ape going to attack us? Our previous guess was right. The heavenly Tao is heartless. We have always been pigs and dogs reared by it. It doesn't care about us at all. This is a heavenly Tao realm expert. To think that he would attack ants beneath the heavenly Tao like us. Why is there a need to do this? Roar, I can't accept this. At the same time, the hundreds of desolate supremacies and mighty figures from the primordial era who were slaves of the first universe also had burning eyes as they roared incessantly. Bullsh *T the will of the heavenly Tao. He has already been bedeviled. Otherwise, as the mighty heavenly Tao, why would he kill and plunder the lives of those under him? It's useless. No matter how harsh the words are, they are only venting their anger. Against a heavenly Tao realm expert, our struggles are futile. Roar, if I don't die, I will definitely slay the heavens in the future. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased. On the imperishable star of the human faction in the 3 universes, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human faction in the technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivation faction in the sky absolute palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 net federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, were all exclaiming in shock. It's here. This moment has finally come. Thinking back to the past really feels like a joke. Since when have we fallen to such an unbearable state? Even the memories in our heads are mocking ourselves. I regret it, I really regret it. It turns out that the way of the heavens of the primordial world that we follow has always regarded us as ants, as dogs, and not as humans. Rumble, boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as those roars and howls filled with endless unwillingness echoed, countless beings of the present age closed their eyes in the endless sea of battleships. Their bodies slowly collapsed, and the life aura in their bodies seemed to freeze. It was the might of the weeping soul blood ape's weeping soul. Their souls had been sealed, and they were no different from the living dead, not even comparable to walking corpses. These endless beings of the present age from the 3 main celestial planes had indeed been abandoned by the primeval heavens, leaving them here as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. But, then, there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The imperishable 9 stars, sky absolute palace, temple of glory, and the hundreds of desolate supremacies and the former slaves of the first universe. There were also the desolate supremacies and the desolate supremacies of the 9 great races from the second universe, the Blood Wirm tribe, the Blue Rock tribe, the Battle Lion tribe, the Inji tribe, the Raging Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colored Python tribe, the Ravenous Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe. All of them were being pulled by an invisible force, charging out of the endless sea of battleships. Whoosh! There was a crisp sound of cloth tearing, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The imperishable 9 stars, sky absolute palace, and the other colossal entities, along with the desolate supremacies and the various races of the 3 main celestial planes who had fallen into a deep sleep, all of them entered the crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Look! They still had some value to be used. The primeval heavens I had left some of the elites behind, so that they could be of use in the future. In the blink of an eye, the vast wild forbidden grounds had fallen completely into a dead silence. There was not a single trace of life in the abandoned planets, and not a single ancient desolate beast could be seen. In the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the starfield, although there were countless living beings of the present age, all of them were lying limp on the ground. Although there was a trace of life in them, it was as if their souls had been extinguished. There was not a single trace of life in them, and there was not even the slightest bit of feeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the goat horn immortal was once again taken into the Shenong treasure cauldron space within the cauldron by Yi Xian. Then, his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. According to his plan, his next destination was the wild forbidden grounds. He wanted to see if the primeval heavens I was there, and if his previous injuries had recovered. The road was tight, and after a full 7 days, Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the wild forbidden grounds. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. But, he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His body was hidden, and all of his chi was restrained. Even the peak heavenly Tao who was of the same cultivation level as him would not be able to see any clues. However, after entering the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds, the scene that appeared in front of him instantly stunned Yi Xian on the spot. He almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. "Old man, it seems that you have been prepared. Perhaps, this is another trap." While muttering softly, Yi Xian's divine sense swept across the entire wild forbidden grounds. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned around and rushed out of the forbidden ground star domain. He had no intention of attacking the countless living beings in this sea of battleships. They had indeed been abandoned, but with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he also didn't care about them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Whoosh! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly emerged from the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Chapter 51:17. In the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the void close to the right bank's boundary, the primordial universe's forbidden land was just 100 billion kilometers away. At that moment, the void was dead silent. There were no signs of activity, but in fact, there was an undercurrent. There were at least 30 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts lurking in the void that was parallel to the void's invisible ravine. These 30+ heavenly Tao ferocious beasts all came from the top forbidden lands on the left bank's right bank. Among them were the 6 fellows that had come to the demonic insect forbidden land not long ago after Yi Xian left. They silently left after a probe with their perception. After Longjing and primeval heavens I were plotted against by Yi Xian and nearly perished under the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, they returned to the left bank and secretly spread the news. These 30+ heavenly Tao realm experts had already contacted each other and secretly formed an alliance. Dang! Back then, this alliance still had Dragon Whale in it, so primeval heavens I did not join. Not long ago, he was nearly plotted against Bai Yixian, so he had already formed a grudge with Dragon Whale. It was impossible for the two of them to appear in the same alliance at the same time. There was no way for them to coexist peacefully. The temporary right bank Heavenly Dao alliance also included the 5 Heavenly Dao realm Zergs from the demonic insect Forbidden Land apart from the Goat Horn Immortal. Dang! Now, be it Dragon Whale or the 5 Heavenly Dao realm Zergs, they had all perished. And the existence that had killed them was the only target the alliance was searching for. It wanted to capture alive Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian. Furthermore, ever since Dragon Whale perished, Primeval Heavens I had taken the initiative to seek out the Heavenly Dao Alliance and requested to join it. After all, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Although he wasn't considered one of the strongest in the Alliance, he was still one of the top existences. Furthermore, Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, came from the primordial Great World. Everyone believed that Primeval Heavens I knew him best. Dang! Furthermore, with Dragon Whale perishing, there was naturally no need to reject Primeval Heavens I. After entering this alliance, the Great Desolate Heavenly Dao's green eyes had indeed contributed. He made a suggestion, indicating that after the Demon Palace Master Yi Xian killed the Dragon Whale, with his usual style, he would definitely descend upon the Great Desolate Forbidden Area and take revenge. This matter was acknowledged by the other 30-odd Heavenly Law ferocious beasts in the alliance. Then, Primeval Heavens I took the initiative to suggest that they could use the Chaos Forbidden Land as bait to lure the Master of the Magic Hall over. However, the battle could not take place in the Chaos Forbidden Land because his trusted subordinates had only temporarily left. After that, including the Great Desolate Heavenly Dao Green Eye, these 30-odd Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts laid in ambush in the void 100 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Great Desolate Forbidden Area. They escaped into the parallel void and quietly waited for the arrival of the Devil Hall's master, Yi Xian. When Yi Xian came, he directly tore through the void, so the more than 30 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts hiding in the void 100 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land did not sense him. However, as soon as he entered the Chaos Forbidden Land, Primeval Heavens I instantly knew of his arrival. He immediately sent a message secretly, informing the other Heavenly Law alliances to prepare. Once the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, walked out of the Chaos Forbidden Land, they would immediately move. Swish! It was also at this time that Yi Xian, who realized that something was wrong after entering the Chaos Forbidden Land, immediately retreated from the Forbidden Land star zone. His figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the Chaos Forbidden Land. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Swish! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly floated out of the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Hiss! Swish! Roar! Ruthless! As the mysterious black and gold sun slowly rose, there was a large number of strange sounds coming from the void. There was the extremely crisp sound of ripping silk, as well as the extremely sharp sound of the void tearing apart. There were also large numbers of frenzied roars and ruthless howls. Instantly, the empty void that was dead silent a moment ago was filled with clamorous noises. Including the Primeval Heavens I, more than 30 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts that were hibernating in the parallel void appeared at that moment without exception. But, the Primeval Heavens I came alone. The 8 Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals under him did not come. They were likely hibernating in the parallel void where he was in seclusion. After all, they were the last of the Primeval Heavens I's strength. They could not be easily lost. Now, there were more than 30 powerful Heavenly Dao realm existences here. They were basically at the mid-stage or late-stage Heavenly Dao realm. There was even a peak Heavenly Dao realm perfected stage 9. Whether the 8 ferocious beast generals from the Primeval Desolate's forbidden ground came or not was of little significance. The only peak Heavenly Dao beast in the alliance was the black gold sun that was slowly rising. It was emitting endless black gold light that enveloped 1 trillion kilometers of the void. It was in fact, a 3-legged golden crow. 3-legged golden crows were a type of connate realm ferocious beast. They were of the fire attribute and were extremely powerful existences among Khanate realm ferocious beasts. This three-legged golden crow came from the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground on the left bank of the galaxy. Not only was it a peak heavenly Tao at the perfected stage 9 realm, it was also one of the top existences among the many peak heavenly Tao on the left bank. It was no trifling matter. At the left bank of the Milky Way, not to mention the remnant star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era, there were dozens of existences whose cultivation had reached the peak of the great path of the heavens at the peak of the great path of the heavens. But, this three-legged golden crow's combat strength was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Bao including the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground that he oversaw, it was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds on the left bank. It should be known that the demonic insect Forbidden Ground was only ranked around 50th to 60th in the top 100 like the Desolation Forbidden Ground. This was because the most powerful peak insect in the demonic insect Forbidden Ground had left countless years ago. As there had been no news of it, it did not enter the ranks of the top 100. Although this three-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect that had left countless years ago, it had also entered the perfected stage 9 heavenly Tao realm long ago. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before that great world completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in that great world. Right because of this, he was invited by more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao experts in the alliance to join them and fight against Yi Xian as a leading figure. Because Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames could only be resisted by him, who had devoured countless stars and had even turned his body into a scorching black gold sun. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval Heaven's Eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. The void in a radius of 500 billion kilometers instantly turned chaotic as a deep buzzing sound entered one's ears. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval Heaven's Eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. Within a radius of 500 billion kilometers, the vast void instantly fell into complete chaos. A deep buzzing sound sounded at a very fast frequency. It was truly shocking. Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of a valley as his expression turned extremely gloomy. With more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts pushing their cultivation levels to their limits, it was enough to cause the void to fall into complete chaos. Not only was teleportation impossible, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system could no longer be activated. Back in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground on the left bank's right bank, primeval Heavens I had gathered hundreds of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, as well as more than 10 heavenly Tao realm existences. They had used such a method to trap Yi Xian. Finally, it was Yi Xian's might. With his lightning-fast means, he slew 3 heavenly Tao beasts in a short period of time. It shocked everyone, causing a large number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies to retreat in fear. As a result, the formless suppression in the void decreased in number. Finally, he managed to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system. After activating it, he successfully escaped, back in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Ground. After Yi Xian killed the Dragon Whale, the 10 heavenly Tao beasts that were guarding the 9-colored fireball had the opportunity to reproduce the scene that happened in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. No, they did not know much about Yi Xian and had never interacted with him. Everything they heard was hearsay, and they did not have a deep understanding of him. Therefore, they did not guard against Yi Xian's mysterious divine power that allowed him to escape without leaving a trace. This resulted in them missing the opportunity, allowing Yi Xian to escape once again. However, the same situation was not likely to happen again today. On the one hand, the primeval Heavens I had already appeared. He knew Yi Xian very well, and he even had the painful experience of the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian appeared, these 30-odd powerful heavenly Tao beasts immediately activated all the cultivation in their bodies. They turned into formless suppression and stacked layers of suppression, causing the void to fall into complete chaos. But Moreover, the primeval heavens I must have explained the reason for doing so to the other heavenly Tao beasts that were allied with him. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they would definitely not activate all the power in their bodies and withdraw the formless oppression that was spreading out. Even more, moreover, back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, including the primeval heavens there were only a total of 12 or 13 heavenly Tao beasts. Now, the number of beasts that appeared here had more than doubled, reaching a total of 33. Among them, there was even a three-legged golden crow whose cultivation and strength were on par with Yi Xian's current peak, who had reached the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage heavenly Tao. This directly caused the void to fall into complete chaos after the formless suppression that was spreading out from their bodies overlapped, reaching an astonishing distance of 100 million miles. The situation was critical and serious, and compared to the time in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, it was several times more dangerous. To Yi Xian, this time, he might really have to fight to the death to have a chance of breaking out. Whoosh! As he moved, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air, and a 9-colored ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's body. It expanded rapidly against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a vast and majestic sea of flames. The endless howling of the wind could be heard in the void, and in less than half a breath, this 9-colored sea of flames swept out and condensed into a huge 9-colored fireball. The diameter of the fireball was not very large, only less than 100 million miles. It protected Yi Xian's body, and he was temporarily safe. For example, today, although Yi Xian's peak battle strength had reached the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage heavenly Tao, he still did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This was especially so when the void was already in complete chaos under the terrifying suppression, and he could not activate the interstellar coordinates attached to the system in his body to leave. Since he could not leave, he had to ensure that he was safe. Otherwise, if he was not careful and was injured, the situation would become more and more dangerous when faced with the continuous attacks of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious cycle, and finally fell into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. At this time, as Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 9-colored sea of flames, condensing it into a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 million miles to protect himself, the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the surrounding void immediately became restless. Except for a few of them, almost all of them had never seen Yi Xian before. Everything about him was just hearsay. Since it was hearsay, then they would naturally have reservations about certain things. It was rumored that Yi Xian had too many treasures, powerful abilities, and heaven-defying secret techniques. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to believe that all of these were concentrated in one person. But now, seeing the Shenong 9-colored flame with their own eyes, at least this matter was confirmed. Moreover, the Shenong 9-colored flame was closely related to the Shenong cauldron. Since the 9-colored flame was here, the rumor that the Shenong cauldron was in Yi Xian's hands could be confirmed. Just these 2 points were enough to move these greedy heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Roar, Shenong 9-colored flame? In that case, the Shenong cauldron is indeed in your hands. As the commotion started, a domineering roar came from the huge black golden sun in the distance, followed by the voice of the divine sense. It was low and deep, and it revealed a wisp of invisible pressure that made one's heart palpitate. It seems that the rumors related to you in the outside world should not be too different from what they say, Shenong cauldron. The legendary 9-colored divine flame. And the supreme ability, the heaven-falling bow. And the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by a large realm and has no time limit. Including the mysterious escape technique that allows him to escape without leaving a trace. Oh, right, it is said that you also have the heavenly Tao treasure medicine, the innate 5 elements medicine catalyst, and even the primordial treasure medicine that is helpful for the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. It is said that you are already refining it. A series of low spiritual sense voices rang out from the great golden black sun hanging high in the dark night sky, and a commotion instantly broke out in the surrounding void. All of these actually appeared on you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you are really heaven-defying. At this point, the voice of the three-legged golden crow and the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then, it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this fireball formed by the nine-colored divine flame will not be able to protect you. At least, in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. After the last sentence was said, the three-legged golden crow let out an earth-shattering roar. From the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm rolled and roared. You're reading on novel full. All of this has actually happened to you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you really are heaven-defying. Unfortunately, just this ball of flames condensed from the nine-colored divine flames is probably unable to protect you. As he spoke, At this point, the voice of the three-legged golden crow and the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then, it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. At least, in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. Before the last sentence fell, the three-legged golden crow let out a shocking roar. From the great black golden will that hung high in the dark night sky, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames rolled over with a roar. It was simply too great. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. The scene in the void was simply shocking. A black flame tied with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black gold sun in the distance like a furious river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the nine-colored fireball that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Although the nine-colored flames of Shenong were stunning, the black flame river that poured out from the black gold sun was equally extraordinary. This was the world-destroying black flame. The black gold sun was the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in the great world. Then, they condensed into the world-destroying black flame, turning the three-legged golden crow's body into this black gold sun. Although the world-destroying black flame could not be compared to the nine-colored flames of Shenong in other aspects, for example, the nine-colored flames of Shenong could be used to refine supreme treasured medicines. However, the world-destroying black flame only had the power to destroy. It could not be used to refine treasured medicines and the like. However, it was precisely because its power was only limited to destruction that the flames could be used to destroy the world. Therefore, when used to attack, the world-destroying black flame of the black gold sun was definitely not weaker than the nine-colored flames of Shenong. In addition, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao of the great circle of the ninth stage. In fact, its cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yi Xian. Therefore, now that he had activated the black gold great sun with all his might, the black river of flames that poured out like a raging river instantly destroyed the nine-colored ball of flames that enveloped Yi Xian's body. Boom! Rumble, whoosh! In the next moment, the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flame collided with the nine-colored flames of Shenong that had condensed into a fireball. Although the power of the flames seemed to be equal, with neither side suppressing the other, the huge fireball was destroyed, and Yi Xian's figure was revealed. Void in the air. After the fireball collapsed, the nine-colored flames and the world-destroying black flame sputtered in all directions. The terrifying scene was simply terrifying. Such a scene caught Yi Xian off guard. The originally unfavorable situation instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Since he couldn't even count on the protection of the nine-colored fireball, the only choice left for him to escape this dangerous situation was to carve out a bloody path for himself. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. An incomparably cold voice immediately spread out through his divine sense, which could be heard clearly in the void within 1,000,000,000,000 miles. You want to fight? Then let's fight. This lord will accompany you to the end. Walala. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of Bao Yuan disappeared, and the void where he originally stood was suddenly filled with the strange sound of splashing water. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless sense of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost at the same time, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and screeches. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. One was exactly the same as the previous Bao Yuan, but its size was larger, reaching 60 million miles. One had no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a cloud of black fog, and even a pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. It was the physical body of the demonic ape, as well as the skeletal body and the black fog body. Faced with the inevitable battle, Yi Xian did not hold back. He immediately condensed the 3 blood sea avatars. 3 The cultivation auras that emanated from the avatars were all at the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. It made the heavenly Tao beasts that were gathered in the void gasp. Even the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion miles away emitted sounds of admiration. Clearly, it was tempted by Yi Xian's blood sea mystic technique, roar. Screech. Screech. As their figures materialized, the 3 blood sea avatars immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. At that moment, Yi Xian activated the final form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine power, which was the demonic ape true body. The powers in the 3 blood sea avatars instantly surged, as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless murderous intent. Companion as a terrifying lifeblood force surged out of them, the 3 blood sea avatars gathered together, fusing their backs together. The 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true body appeared in the void. Without any hesitation, the skeleton's eyes emitted a scorching purple-gold beam as a deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. The mysterious aura was like a raging river as it emanated from his body. The skeleton avatar suddenly raised its left arm, and its empty left palm emitted a golden beam. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. It was none other than the supreme divine power that shook the primordial world, the heaven-falling bow. Chapter 51:18. Whoosh. Whoosh. The ape also flipped his hands, and with a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light shot out. His left hand held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, and he carried it by his side like a huge seal. In his right hand, he dragged the Shenong medicinal pestle, which had transformed into a big black stick, and imperceptibly emitted a monstrous murderous aura. Until the black fog clone also made a move at the same time. Whoosh. Walala. With a thought, the 9-colored flame waves that sputtered in the surrounding void instantly came to life like a starry sky python, surging with extreme agility. In the blink of an eye, it had already gathered together again, but this time, it did not condense into a huge fireball, nor did it transform into a 9-colored sea of flames that spread out in the void. It directly condensed to the extreme, turning into a huge 9-colored ribbon. After a few winding spirals, it had already wrapped around the body of the black fog clone in less than half a breath. The 2 ends of the ribbon poked out in front of the black fog clone's chest, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, ready to burst out at any time and devour everything. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just 2 short breaths. At this moment, Yi Xian showed the strongest form of his peak battle strength, ready to fight a bloody battle at any time, and kill his way out of the encirclement. Whoosh, as Yi Xian displayed the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body, even the fallen sky bow, the Shenong cauldron, and the Shenong medicinal pestle transformed into the big black stick were also brought out. Including the 9-colored sea of flames that had previously turned into a 9-colored flame ball, it also condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that wound around the huge body of the black fog clone. In an instant, a large number of gasps came from the surrounding void, and there was an uproar. In among the 33 heavenly law fierce beasts gathered around, except for the primeval heaven's eye, no one had seen Yi Xian's strongest form with their own eyes. In fact, even in the primeval heaven's eye, although he had seen Yi Xian's 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form in the devil wolf forbidden ground and the chaos forbidden ground later on, Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as it was now. Even earlier, when Yi Xian first made contact with the primeval heaven's eye and the primordial chaos void, he had similarly revealed his demonic ape true body's strongest form. However, back then, Yi Xian was only at the early stages of the heavenly Dao realm. At that time, the primeval heaven's eye did not even take him seriously. If not for the appearance of the void tortoise and the primeval yiksha, Yi Xian would not have been able to escape. But now, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had grown to such a terrifying level. His cultivation level and strength had exceeded the primeval heaven's eye. Even he felt an inexplicable sense of awe when facing Yi Xian. He was secretly infuriated. The primeval heaven's eye, who was extremely familiar with Yi Xian, had such mixed feelings. It was obvious what the other heavenly law fierce beasts present who had never seen Yi Xian in his strongest form were thinking and feeling mixed emotions. Matter in fact, even the three-legged golden crow, who had transformed into a black gold crystal and was hovering high in the dark night sky 100 billion kilometers away, was extremely excited. The rumors outside are indeed true. The Shinong treasure cauldron, the nine-color divine flame, the supreme divine ability, the heaven-falling bow, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation level by a large realm and has no time limit. At this time, the deep voice of the divine sense once again sounded from the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, revealing endless greed. Previously, this venerable one did not include the blood sea secret technique and the profound meaning of your demonic ape true body. All of these appeared on you alone. This is simply shocking. Coupled with the heaven-defying treasures that correspond to the various realms. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Xian, no wonder your cultivation speed is so monstrous. This is simply unheard of. It can be said to be terrifying. If all of these were gathered on this venerable one's cultivation speed would definitely be higher than yours. You are truly a genius. Unfortunately, that is all in the past. Even this primordial era will come to an end soon. Everything you have can naturally be taken away, and, today. This clearly meant that it wanted to kill and seize the treasures. To say it so bluntly in front of so many heavenly Dao realm experts, one could see the arrogance of the three-legged golden crow. The existence that was ranked 10th among the heavenly Dao realm beasts of the left bank did indeed have the confidence and qualifications to do so. Is that so? In that case, you wait first. A look of disdain flashed in its eyes. The ferocious ape glanced at the black gold sun hanging high in the dark sky. It did not show any signs of weakness and even taunted back. This venerable one will first loosen up and warm up, then kill you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already activated the perfect mental energy secret technique. In an instant, the terrifying figure of the devil ape's true body, which was 60 million kilometers long, directly disappeared. Even the incomparably arrogant and berserk aura from before was instantly restrained. It was incomparably perfect, without the slightest bit of leakage. This was to be expected. Although Yi Xian was confident, he was now in a tight encirclement. At the same time, he was besieged by 33 powerful heavenly Dao beasts. Among them, there was even a three-legged golden crow that was slightly stronger than him. This, under such circumstances, if he were to brazenly reveal himself and become a target for everyone to attack, he would truly be out of his mind. Since, with a spiritual power mystic technique like perfect oscillation, he could instantly hide his body and completely conceal his aura with his current cultivation. Even the three-legged golden crow that was slightly stronger than him could not see any clues. So why not use it? Roar. Screech, damn it, where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that we let him escape again? That shouldn't be the case. The void has long fallen into complete chaos. Even if he possesses that kind of heaven-defying escape technique, he definitely won't be able to use it. Damn it, this guy's foundation has been underestimated. He actually possesses such a secret aura concealment technique. Even this body, whose cultivation is stronger than his, can't see any clues. Everyone, guard your surroundings. Don't let him escape. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure instantly disappeared and his aura disappeared, the 33 heavenly Dao beasts in the surrounding void immediately cried out in alarm. Immediately after, they immediately assigned tasks. Each of them was in charge of a section of the void, forming a huge encirclement and continuously investigating indiscriminately. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Yi Xian to slip away quietly. The surrounding void formed a blockade line, and the 33 heavenly Tao beasts were constantly attacking. He had only concealed his figure and concealed his aura, but he had not directly turned into nothingness. If he wanted to rush over, he would definitely be hit, and then his figure would be exposed. In fact, Yi Xian had no intention of using this method to slip away quietly. If he did not show himself, he would not vent his anger, and it was also not his style of doing things. In a short instant, he had already determined the first target to make a move against. Without hesitation, he silently approached in front of the target and suddenly made a move. Roar! As soon as he approached, the black fog clone suddenly opened its mouth and roared violently. It was not a simple spiritual power roar, but it used one of the two spiritual power mystic techniques that Yi Xian mastered, the destructive vortex. In the next moment, following the black fog clone's sudden roar, the purplish-black spiritual power source core that was suspended above the central domain of his sea of consciousness began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spiritual power contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled toward its first target. Boom! A loud sound suddenly filled the sky. This tiny purplish-black dot, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the spiritual power source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of his opponent, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. The boundless spiritual power source collided and surged with each other, instantly turning into a huge energy vortex that was frenzied and tyrannical, as if it would annihilate everything. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the skeleton clone that had put away the fallen sky Bao threw a punch, and the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand instantly swung up and smashed down. Yi Xian was all too familiar with concealing his figure and using his cudgel to stun his opponent. At this moment, when the cudgel smashed down, his mind was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, as if he was returning to his old profession. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly filled the sky. The tiny purplish-black dot, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the spiritual power source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of his opponent, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the skeleton clone that had put away the fallen sky Bao threw a punch, and the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand instantly swung up and smashed down. Yi Xian was all too familiar with using his cudgel to stun his opponent. At this moment, when the cudgel smashed down, his mind was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, as if he was returning to his old profession. The corners of Bao Yuan's mouth curled into a sinister smile that made one's hair stand on end. Whoosh! Screech! Sensing the sudden impending danger, the heavenly law beast's body trembled violently. Instantly, its eyes turned bloodshot as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, a blood-red beam shot out from its mouth. Welcome! The storm expanded, transforming into a blood-colored crystal that blocked the vital part of its head. Unfortunately, it was unable to change anything. It was ultimately one step too slow and was destined to perish on the spot. Almost at the same instant the blood-colored crystal appeared, the black fog clone's psyche vortex rumbled over. Accompanied by an extremely crisp shattering sound, the blood-colored crystal that was floating above the heavenly law beast's head was instantly shattered as if it was nothing more than rotten wood. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. Bao Yuan's big-headed black cudgel smashed into his head, and the skeleton clone's punch landed on his spine at the same time. The ferocious beast was only at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The difference in cultivation level was too great, so there was no time for it to react. Boundless energy surged into its body. In half a breath, its entire body, which spanned tens of millions of kilometers, exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. At the same time, the black fog clone suddenly waved its hand. Immediately, an invisible force surged out. It transformed into a howling gale, and in the blink of an eye, the blood mist from the insect race heavenly law beast's body was swept over. After it was absorbed into its body, it was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, where it began. Blood essence condensation. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. It only took a breath of time. The surrounding heavenly law beasts were still vigilantly attacking the void around them, searching for traces of Yi Xian, but everything had already ended. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, one of the 33 heavenly law beasts that surrounded Yi Xian had already perished. Now, there were only 32 left. And at that moment, the boundless lifeblood formed from the heavenly law beast's explosion was absorbed into the black fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. For only then did the surrounding heavenly law beasts jolt to their senses. All of them gasped as they shuddered. Instantly, shocking roars and howls resounded like a tidal wave. Roar, darn it, what happened? What terrifying combat strength. It was just a strike, but it instantly finished off a mid-stage heavenly law. This is clearly an instant kill. 3-peak heavenly Tao at the perfected 9th stage realm. Although their cultivation levels have yet to enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, they can definitely stand above most peak heavenly Tao. Instantly killing a mid-stage heavenly Tao is only natural. The crux of the matter is that his aura concealment mystic art is too heaven-defying. Not only is his figure concealed, even his aura is completely concealed. Even heavenly Tao realm existences can't see anything amiss. This is truly too passive. The situation isn't looking good. From the looks of it, it's equivalent to us being in the open while he is in the dark. Now, there are still quite a number of us, so we can form a complete blockade in the surrounding void. If he were to kill a few more, we can't let him continue. We have to think of a solution. Otherwise, we will definitely be defeated by him one by one. This is truly too stifling. We have the ability to suppress him, but we have nowhere to exert our strength. We can't find the target at all. Roar. Screech, roar. Impossible. When it came to depressing matters, half of the 32 heavenly law beasts raised their heads and roared in indignation. They didn't hide their anger at all. It could be said that their anger reached the heavens. You can't take it anymore? This is only the beginning. Today, everyone who has come will pay the price for this. Following that, he said. As the roars and screeches sounded, Yi Xian's 3 fiend forms emitted a ferocious glint. As they looked into the distance, they transmitted their voices with their spiritual senses. Suddenly, he swept his gaze and fixed it on the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away. He sneered and said, "Old bastard, don't be in a hurry. I said that I'll first warm up my muscles and bones. Later, I'll slay you." Roar. After the last sentence was spoken, the violent ape, the skeleton, and the black fog raised their heads and roared furiously at the same time. The 3 shocking roars merged into one, and the violent and untamed aura that was imperceptibly suffused out was shocking to the ears. Even the space was slightly trembling. At that moment, Yi Xian was like the birth of a true fiend celestial. He reigned supreme in the sky as the 32 heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the void looked askance at him. Their hearts trembled slightly. Everyone present was a heavenly Tao realm existence, so they naturally understood how terrifying a heavenly Tao realm expert was. Even the 3-legged golden crow that had transformed into the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away was astounded by Yi Xian's seething fighting spirit. Man, he asked himself, if he were to be in such a dangerous situation and be besieged by 33 heavenly Tao realm beasts at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be as calm and composed as Yi Xian. He didn't even show any signs of fear or trepidation. All that was left was a torrential fighting spirit that surged through the void. Such a stance and peerlessly domineering aura do not let down your reputation as the magic hall's master. As he sighed, the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away once again emitted an extremely deep voice through divine perception. At this moment, the 3-legged golden crow within the black sun seemed to have acknowledged Yi Xian and placed him on an equal footing with itself. In its evaluation, it wasn't stingy with its praise. Only yes, when he spoke halfway, his voice suddenly turned stern, and it revealed boundless ghastly coldness. Unfortunately, the more it's like this, the less chance you have of surviving today. Since you possess such an extraordinary natural talent, if you're allowed to continue growing in the future, it'll definitely be difficult to suppress you, everyone. The grudge has already been formed. Either he dies, or he comes knocking on our door in the future and kills us one by one. There's no need for me to say more about the choice, right? As expected of an old fox that had lived for countless years, this three-legged golden crow had clearly sensed the supreme demonic might that Yi Xian had used to instantly kill a heavenly Dao ferocious beast, causing the surrounding heavenly Dao ferocious beasts to feel a slight ripple in their hearts. That was why he suddenly warned them to prevent any accidents from happening. It was like a wake-up call. In an instant, it caused the trace of hesitation that had just appeared in the eyes of these ferocious beasts of the heavenly Dao to disappear without a trace. The supreme demonic might that Yi Xian had used to instantly kill a heavenly Dao ferocious beast had caused a slight ripple in the hearts of the surrounding heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. The three-legged golden crow, who had transformed into a black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away, had clearly sensed this and immediately warned them. His words were like a wake-up call, instantly causing the trace of hesitation that had just appeared in the eyes of these heavenly Dao ferocious beasts to disappear without a trace. Seeing the scene, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. It glanced coldly at the black gold sun, and the killing intent that surged in its heart suddenly became stronger. An incomparably low and weak buzzing sound rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian once again activated the mental power in his body and activated the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique. The moment he attacked and killed that fourth stage heavenly Dao ferocious beast, his figure appeared, and the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique instantly lost its effect. However, he could activate it again at any time. It was just a matter of thought. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared again, and his aura was completely concealed. He quietly moved toward his second target. In the void, there was once again an uproar. Among the remaining 32 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, nearly half of them were muttering softly, revealing endless resentment and grievance. Damn it, this move again? Isn't this violent ape too shameless? I've long expected this. Back when he was on the right bank of the Milky Way, this violent ape was best at sneak attacks and plotting. His reputation could be said to be in shambles. If not for that, how could he have grown to this day? Everyone, be careful, but don't let your guard down. You must take action at all times in your respective areas to find out his location. Shameless fellow, after we suppress him, this venerable one will definitely extract his soul and refine it. It's simply too sullen. Roar. Screech. As these soft cries filled with resentment sounded, Yi Xian, who had already restrained his figure and aura, quietly touched the side of his second target in a short period of time. He felt like he was hiding in the dark and knocking people out. It could be said that he was more and more like a fish in water. Boom. Rumble. This time, Yi Xian was even closer. He was only about 1,000,000 kilometers away from his target. He suddenly moved. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape once again swung the big-headed black stick. As for the black mist clone, this time, it did not use any mental energy to attack. Instead, like the skeleton clone, it also punched out. In an instant, Yi Xian's figure appeared, but the attack of the 3 demon bodies had already reached the top of the 4th-grade heavenly Dao beast's head. Without any suspense, with an earth-shattering boom, its incomparably huge body instantly exploded. 10. In less than an instant, it had already turned into a majestic mist of blood that spread out. With a wave of his hand, the black mist clone absorbed it into his body and sent it into the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it ended even faster than the last time. Moreover, the group of heavenly Dao beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void had yet to recover from their shock. This was because the target Yi Xian had chosen this time was close to the right side of the first guy to be killed. After killing the first target, he, who had hidden himself, did not go far. He directly chose the closest spot to the right and killed the second heavenly Tao beast in the blink of an eye. This scene happened too quickly, and the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts were all caught off guard. Previously, when Yi Xian's figure disappeared, everyone subconsciously thought that he would definitely rush to another location and secretly attack again. Therefore, the two fellows on the left and right of the heavenly Tao beast that was killed first were the most relaxed. They did not have the slightest bit of vigilance in their hearts. No matter what, they did not expect Yi Xian to act so unconventionally. Unfortunately, it was too late to say all of that now. In just an instant, the second ferocious beast had been annihilated, and the number of ferocious beasts that had gathered here had increased from 33 to 31 in the blink of an eye. This caused the hearts of everyone to sink. Buzz, there was some hesitation. Just as the black mist clone waved his hand and absorbed the majestic qi and blood formed by the second target's body into his body, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect oscillation mental energy mystic technique again. As his figure disappeared, the nearby heavenly Tao beasts immediately emitted a dark light in their eyes, and their vigilance was raised to the extreme. Previously, Yi Xian had already acted unconventionally. This time, everyone would definitely think that he did not dare to continue. After concealing himself, it was impossible for him to stay nearby and attack again. He would definitely go to another location far away. Chapter 51:19. However, the more it was like this, the more likely it was that this fellow would use this move again. It could be said that it was a counterattack. Therefore, they did not dare to relax in the slightest, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the second heavenly law beast. In reality, it wasn't just the few heavenly law beasts nearby who thought this way. Almost all the other ferocious beasts on the other side of the encirclement had the same thought. Although they were also testing the air around them, they diverted a portion of their attention to the area where Yi Xian had attacked twice in a row. Buddha was certain that Yi Xian would definitely use the same trick again and launch a sneak attack in that area again. After a breath, on the left side of the encirclement. The third target that Yi Xian had locked onto was here. Now that he had concealed his body and restrained his aura, in just a few breaths of time, he had already silently arrived here. The third target's cultivation was slightly stronger, but he was only at the middle stage of the fifth step. For Yi Xian, who was already at the peak of the ninth step, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure when he suddenly attacked and instantly killed him. Huff, boom. Rumble, this time, the black fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. They expanded in the wind and turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the 5th stage heavenly law beast. Screech, under the shock and fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size immediately let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. Same as at this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black rod and the skeleton clone's giant purple-gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! There was suspense. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ruthless howl and the fireball instantly stopped. This 5th stage heavenly law beast could not withstand it, and its incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could completely spread out, it had already been absorbed into the black fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. Next, with a thought, the 9-colored fireball in front of him collapsed and condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. It shot over with incomparable agility and wrapped around his body. After doing all of this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he quickly swept his gaze across the group of heavenly beasts in the distance. The formless might that he emitted could be said to be looking down on the void. After he finished absorbing the boundless vital energy and blood formed from the explosion of the third target's body, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he swiftly swept his gaze past the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance, and the might he imperceptibly emitted could be said to look down upon the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance. At this moment, the hearts and minds of the 30 heavenly law beasts in the surroundings shook violently once more. Everything that happened earlier was too sudden, and it could be said that unforeseen events occurred successively. They utterly didn't have the time to react before 3 of the heavenly law beasts that came together had already been killed, and it was almost 10% of them. The monstrous and ferocious level of this ferocious ape was simply infuriating. After a short moment of silence, the group of heavenly law beasts roared fiercely once more, and the voice of their divine sense resounded out successively. All of them revealed boundless rage that surged into the heavens. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that the final outcome would be us being annihilated one by one. It's simply unimaginable. This ferocious ape's cultivation is too formidable, yet it just so happens that he possesses such a heaven-defying aura concealment technique. Once he approaches us without making a sound and makes a sudden move, it's practically an instant annihilation. Before the others could rush over to assist us, he would have already ended everything and concealed himself once more before fleeing. Moreover, he's obviously choosing existences with comparatively weaker cultivations to make a move against. He's going from weak to strong, and he's annihilating us one by one. If this continues, then he'll annihilate over 10 more fellow Taoists before the seal on space will be instantly removed. At that time, he'll be able to leave at any moment. Roar. This is absolutely not allowed. Fellow Taoists, do you have any ability to break through his aura concealment technique? Exactly, now isn't the time to conceal anything. Otherwise, even if we're not annihilated by him, once the ferocious ape flees in the end, then with his style of doing things, he'll surely come looking for us one by one. No one can dream of having an easy time. Roar. 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 Hum. Along with the furious roars of the ferocious beasts and the voices of their divine senses, Yi Xian instantly activated the perfect vibration of his spiritual power secret technique once more after everything was over. In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. His figure immediately disappeared, and his aura was completely concealed. Just like before, there was not a single trace of him to be found. Look! At the sight of this, the eyes of the 30 ferocious beasts immediately glowed with a dark light. Their vigilance was raised to the maximum. No one knew if they would be the next target targeted by the ferocious ape. This was especially so for those middle-stage heavenly Tao whose cultivation was relatively weaker. It was as if they were conditioned reflexes, and their scalps were somewhat numb. This ferocious ape strategy was clearly to start from the weak and kill them one by one through sneak attacks. Their cultivation was only at the middle stage of the heavenly Tao, so naturally, they were in greater danger. Furthermore, once this kind of danger really descended upon them, the consequences would be so severe that they absolutely could not bear it. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was currently in the strongest form of his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic true body. It was equivalent to 3 great perfection 9th stage peak heavenly Tao experts joining forces. Under a full-powered attack, even a late-stage 7th stage heavenly Tao expert might very well die on the spot. Furthermore, the possibility was not small, so there was no need to mention those middle-stage 4th to 6th stage heavenly Tao experts. They would definitely be killed on the spot. There was no suspense at all. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, all the middle-stage heavenly Tao experts present instantly trembled slightly. In the depths of their eyes, an imperceptible light of hesitation burst forth. For example, today, there were 30 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void. Among them, there were 13 middle-stage heavenly Tao experts, which was close to half of them. Also, in other words, the probability of this kind of life and death crisis descending upon them was 1 in 13. Furthermore, even if it did not descend upon them this time, the probability of it happening the next time would be even higher, reaching 1 in 12. If this continued, the degree of danger would become more serious. 1 in 10, 1 in 9. In short, based on the current situation, the violent ape was clearly going from weak to strong. This was simply F*King Bullsh** T. They were clearly weaker in terms of cultivation, but they were chosen to take the brunt of the lightning. No one would be happy about such a matter. After all, they were using their lives to take the brunt of the lightning, and in the end, they would end up dying. As for the final spoils of war, they would be divided up by those late-stage heavenly Tao experts with stronger cultivation. It was simply meaningless. Furthermore, this was definitely not alarmist talk, nor was it an exaggeration. Weren't there already 3 unlucky fellows before them as examples? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 13 middle-stage 4th to 6th stage heavenly Tao instantly hesitated. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared once again, a few of them even retreated slightly out of reflex. The commotion had already started, and it could erupt at any time. Once it appeared, these 13 middle-stage heavenly Tao would definitely not stay any longer. They would turn around and leave without hesitation. Screech, fellow Taoists, please do not panic. Upon seeing this scene, the primeval heavens, I immediately panicked. Although there were many heavenly Tao experts present, he was the one who had the deepest enmity with Yi Xian. If this lineup was unable to keep Yi Xian here and suppress him, then there would basically be no chance to suppress him in the future. At that time, once revenge came, he would be the first to bear the brunt. The entire Chaos Forbidden Grounds would only exist in name. This kind of consequence was definitely not something he could bear. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, in the face of such a situation, the primeval heavens, I could only helplessly make a choice. Here at this moment, as he spoke, the gazes of the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts instantly converged on him. Now it was too late for regrets. He could only steel his heart and make a decision in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, as a dark light flashed in the huge green vertical eye that was like a star, a blood-colored light immediately shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a single-horned blood ape. Its body was only about 1,000,000 kilometers long. It did not look eye-catching, but the aura that emanated from its body was eye-catching. Not only had it also reached the heavenly Tao realm, but it also exuded an extremely strange feeling. This blood ape was the favorite general of the heavenly Tao's green eye, the weeping soul blood ape. Previously, it was by the side of the mysterious home planet's guest, Xingbo. Later on, it had been by the side of the heavenly Tao's green eye. Because of the extraordinary power of the weeping soul mystic technique in its bloodline, the heavenly Tao's green eye thought highly of it. Such as today, it was clear that there was no other choice but to take the risk of summoning it, who was only at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It wanted to use the weeping soul mystic technique in its bloodline to break Yi Xian's heaven-defying breath concealment technique. Screech! In an instant, as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. The sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent. In an instant, it made Yi Xian, who had just rushed towards his 4th target, feel a jolt in his heart. As his mental strength fluctuated slightly, his originally perfectly concealed figure and aura were instantly exposed. Screech! In an instant, as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. Its sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent in its mellow voice. In the distance, Yi Xian, who'd used a secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and restrain his aura, instantly felt his heart tremble. Caught off guard, his mental strength slightly fluctuated, and his originally perfectly concealed aura leaked out, causing his figure to appear. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. It caught the heavenly Tao beasts gathered in the distant void off guard. After being stunned, they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They subconsciously let out a wild roar. Roar! It's broken. His aura concealment mystic technique has finally been broken. Everything has its vanquisher. There is nothing absolute in this world. Fellow Taoist Qin Yan will remember this great merit. The power of this blood ape's weeping soul is truly extraordinary. This is good. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry about being ambushed. You can relax. We still have 30 heavenly Tao beasts gathered here. As long as the blood ape's figure appears, he will definitely be exhausted. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Screech! Roar! As the voice of the divine sense continued to ring out, the eyes of the 13 mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts, who had originally wanted to retreat, immediately became firm again. Some of them even raised their heads and roared endlessly in excitement. They felt as if they had been sullen for a long time and were finally able to release it today. Thinking about it, it made sense. From the moment they suddenly moved and caused the void within 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to be completely chaotic, trapping Yi Xian in the encirclement until now, the group of heavenly Dao beasts did not even have the time to attack before Yi Xian killed 3 heavenly Dao beasts in succession. This, under the addition of this kind of valiant battle record, it turned into an invisible pressure, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy, as if they were shrouded in a haze. But now, Yi Xian's aura concealment secret technique had been broken. It was as if the haze that shrouded their hearts had instantly dispersed. After being suppressed for a long time, it would be strange if their emotions did not fluctuate. In such a short period of time, 3 heavenly Dao beasts from the same camp have died, yet they are still so happy and excited. There is really no one else who can do such a thing. At this moment, as his figure appeared, Yi Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. The blood ape curled its lips and let out a mocking divine sense. Then, a cold light flashed in its eyes. The 3 demon bodies turned around at the same time, and their gazes converged on the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Not only was Yi Xian not unfamiliar with this weeping soul blood ape, it could even be said that he was extremely familiar with it. Furthermore, Yi Xian had always been wary of him, because he felt that this old fellow was extremely shrewd and sinister. He was probably only below Xing Bo and the primeval heaven's eye. Back then, when Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of the heaven-falling Bao, he had seen this weeping soul blood ape in the inheritance scene of this supreme ability. This fellow was mysterious and strange. In that incomparable battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly Dao's eye. Yi Xian had seen it in the inheritance scene of the heaven-falling Bao. It was hibernating in a dark corner of an abandoned planet, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There was definitely a conspiracy. Until now, Yi Xian had not seen through everything, but at least he knew that this weeping soul blood ape had followed the mysterious Xing Bo from the home planet, and then followed the primeval heaven's eye. Most over the past few years, as Yi Xian's cultivation base and strength had soared, he had gradually started to confront the primeval heaven's eye head-on. He had seen this weeping soul blood ape a couple of times, but he had never found an opportunity to make a move. He had only glanced at it briefly. He had never expected that this fellow would actually appear at this time and use the weeping soul's secret technique in its bloodline right away. The mind power secret technique, which had made him feel uneasy and had perfectly shaken, had been broken in an instant. Hence, Yi Xian had always wanted to kill this weeping soul blood ape. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Brain as all this flashed through his mind, he immediately took action. A dim light flashed through the eyes of the black fog clone, and the mind source core suspended above his sea of consciousness immediately started to revolve frantically. Clang! When the level 8 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had transformed and evolved into a level 9 source core, he had also obtained a new type of mind power mystic ability. It was an offensive mystic ability that used mind power called the Mind Black Hole. Just by hearing the name of this mystic ability, one could roughly analyze its might, so it was obviously extraordinary. This mystic ability was also supported by the level 9 mind power contained in the level 9 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Once it was unleashed, it could form a terrifying black hole in the void of the universe outside its body. Way compared to the destructive vortex and other mind power mystic techniques Yi Xian had previously grasped, this mystic ability was much more powerful. However, because of this, the mind black hole also consumed a lot of mind power. When Yi Xian had first obtained this mystic ability, the total amount of mind power contained in the level 9 source core in his sea of consciousness had only been enough for him to fully unleash it once. After unleashing it this time, he would fall into a predicament where his mind power would be exhausted. He would be in a weak state, would have a splitting headache, and would lose more than half of his combat strength due to his poor state. However, this was all in the past. Now, Yi Xian was already a peak level 9 Sky Great Path martialist. After undergoing numerous transformations, the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness had already grown to an unimaginable level. However, even so, if he unleashed the mind black hole, more than 60% of the accumulated mind power in the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness would be drained in an instant. Although it wouldn't affect his combat strength, a large amount of mind power would be depleted in an instant, so the speed of recovery wouldn't be fast. It would take time. Therefore, once the mind black hole was unleashed, although Yi Xian could still use all sorts of mind power mystic techniques and mystic abilities for a short period of time, he definitely wouldn't be able to squander them as freely as before. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could successfully kill the weeping soul blood ape by paying such a price, everything would be worth it. Since that was the case, there was no reason to hesitate. Swish. Buzz, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Before the group of sky beasts in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the weeping soul blood ape that was raising its head and crying out loud. In the next moment, a low buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black fog clone, and it opened its mouth to roar, screech. Screech, the sharp screech seemed to want to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense scales appeared in the void, and a formless mind power roared out like a raging river. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, Yi Xian pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the weeping soul blood ape that was raising its head and crying out loud, buzz. Screech. At this moment, a low buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black fog clone, and it opened its mouth to let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed to pierce through one's eardrums. Scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the void, and a formless spiritual power roared out like a raging river. It was formless and formless, but its power was extremely terrifying. As it surged out, the void instantly collapsed and spread all the way to the extreme. In less than half a breath, the continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter. It locked onto the blood aura of the weeping soul blood ape and swept towards him, roar. Seeing this scene, the huge green vertical eye that was like a star suddenly burst out with a sharp light, and it let out a shocking roar. Yi Xian, you dare, swish. Following this furious roar, the primeval heaven's eye made his move. The weeping soul blood ape was a general that he valued the most, and could not be replaced, so he definitely could not sit by and watch the blood ape be killed by Yi Xian. An incomparably huge pillar of green light shot out from the star-like green vertical eye. This was the full strength of a level 8 heavenly Dao expert. He had used some kind of bloodline's secret technique, and his power was incomparably strong. However, the aura of the green light was very strange. Screech. As danger approached, even though the weeping soul blood ape was still raising its head and howling fiercely, its cries clearly revealed a wisp of panic. It had the feeling as if its vital energy had been completely locked onto, causing it to be unable to move its body, and it could only watch helplessly as this enormous spiritual black hole descended towards it. Rumble. The speed was too fast. The huge pillar of green light that shot out from the primeval heaven's eye collided with the mental black hole in the blink of an eye. Shock and earth-shaking explosion rang out, and even the shockwave that spread out was incomparably terrifying. Under the full impact, the weeping soul blood ape, who was too close, was instantly affected, and its entire huge body cracked open, just a hair's breadth away from exploding. Even the weeping soul demonic sound that had been going on in its mouth came to a sudden stop. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over the sky. It was clear that he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. This fellow was considered lucky. With the help of the primordial heavenly Dao Eye, he managed to escape the calamity. However, looking at his injuries, it was probably impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Swish. At this moment, an invisible force wrapped around the weeping soul blood ape's body, protecting it at the same time. At the same time, it also pulled fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul blood ape turned into a ray of blood light and shot out, rushing into the huge vertical eye that was like a star and disappearing. Roar! The roar sounded again, revealing an endless amount of anger, as well as a trace of unwillingness and resentment that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Following that, with a furious roar, a crack appeared at the bottom corner of the green-eyed vertical eye that was as large as a star. The vertical eye was entirely green-colored, but this crack was blood-colored. Even though it wasn't large, it was extremely eye-catching and could be seen clearly. Obviously, although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao had successfully rescued the weeping soul blood ape that was on the verge of death, it had also suffered light injuries. Yi Xian's mental black hole was not so simple. This attack was originally aimed at the weeping soul blood ape, but the primeval heavens eye had interfered. Although he was a level 8 heavenly Tao, and the green pillar of light that shot out belonged to some kind of bloodline ability of his. However, under the forceful interference, although the mental black hole collapsed after colliding with the green pillar of light, the primeval heavens eye had also suffered a bit of backlash as a result. It was natural for him to suffer light injuries. This injury was actually not serious. Although it was not insignificant, it was definitely not to the extent that it would affect his combat strength and state. However, to the primeval heaven's eye, it was still somewhat unbearable. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, completely venting the endless anger in his heart. As the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of the eldritch world, he had not suffered any similar injuries except for the incomparable battle that had collapsed the entire eldritch world countless years ago. That is, even when the eldritch world was completely destroyed and completely swallowed by the endless turbulent void, he was forced to bring the endless eldritch world of the eldritch world into this higher-level primordial void. The primeval heavens eye had never been injured before. Of course, the heavy injuries that he had suffered from the heavenly punishment of the primordial void in the vast and endless dark area in front of the right bank with the dragon whale did not count. That was the heavenly punishment of the primordial void, a special existence. However, all of this had happened at this moment. Moreover, the existence that had injured him in front of everyone was actually a junior from the primeval world that he ruled. An existence that he had not even looked at directly not long ago. The contrast was so great that even he could not accept it for a while. Nice to look at, but useless. Just one strike and he's already on the verge of death. What a piece of trash. At this moment, 200 billion miles away from the right side of the great black gold sun hanging high in the sky, the three-legged golden crow's low voice suddenly sounded, revealing a strong sense of depression. Rumble, whoosh, before the voice of the great black gold sun's voice faded away, an incomparably dull rumble of thunder suddenly came from that direction. The black flames on the surface of the great black gold sun surged and turned into a three-legged golden crow with a body size of 100 million miles in the blink of an eye. With a flap of its wings, it shot toward Yi Xian. Its speed was too fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had swept across hundreds of billion miles of void. In 2 more breaths, it would be right in front of Yi Xian. Buzz, seeing this scene, the corner of the mouth of the Bao Yuan outlined a cold smile, and the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out blazing purple gold light. Down. In an instant, an incomparably low buzzing sound resounded through the void, and a mysterious aura spread out from the body of the skeleton doppelganger like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was the heaven-falling bow that was famous in the eldritch world. Out! Now, the golden bow in the left hand of the skeleton doppelganger was simple and ferocious, and the middle part of the bow was a 2-headed strange beast, which was facing up and down, biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. The 2 humanoid creatures opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths. At this moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the 3-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech, I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the 3-legged golden crow's body. suddenly trembled, and then came to an abrupt stop. It raised its head and let out an incomparably sullen roar. Facing the three-legged golden crow, the skeleton doppelganger did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the heaven-falling bow. The next moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the three-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech, I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the three-legged golden crow could not help but be afraid. Its body suddenly trembled, and then came to an abrupt stop halfway, raising its head and letting out an incomparably sullen roar. From the moment they suddenly moved, forming a circle to trap Yi Xian, although only a short time had passed. In fact, the three-legged golden crow had already wanted to attack several times. The reason why he had been suppressing his impulse was that he was extremely afraid of the heaven-falling bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger. The power of this kind of supreme magical power was too shocking. Although he was already a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, if he was hit by the golden arrow of the heaven-falling bow head-on, the result would be the same, and he would definitely die. Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength were only slightly weaker than him, so the power of a heaven-defying mystic technique like the heaven-falling bow with such a cultivation level was simply shocking. I have to say, the heaven-falling bow is indeed extremely stunning, especially now that it has appeared in the hands of an existence with a cultivation level similar to mine. The threat it poses is so great that I can't not be afraid. Screech, after the whistle, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flashed with a golden light, and an extremely deep voice was instantly transmitted out. But if you want to force me to hold back with just this, you're ultimately thinking too much. Although the heaven-falling bow is extremely powerful and terrifying, it's also because of this that this arrow will take away most of the energy in your body, even if it doesn't affect the other two demonic bodies. This skeleton demonic body will definitely not be able to use the same attack again, even if it doesn't lose all its combat strength in a short period of time. In other words, your heaven-falling bow only has the strength for one attack in a short period of time. But now, there are more than 30 heavenly Dao realm existences gathered here. At this point, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flickered again, revealing a smug look. I only need to send a fellow Daoist to consume the heaven-falling arrow in your hand, and the final result of today's battle will no longer be suspenseful. This was indeed the best way to deal with it. Although there were many heavenly Dao ferocious beasts gathered around Yi Xian, the three-legged golden crow was the only one who truly had the ability to fight head-on with Yi Xian and restrain him. But, due to the deterrence of the heaven-falling bow in the skeleton's hand, the three-legged golden crow could not get close to Yi Xian to engage in close combat and restrain him. If this continued, the situation would be extremely passive. 30 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts surrounded Yi Xian alone, but they could only maintain a distance and wait for an opportunity to strike, unable to launch an all-out attack. Such a siege was simply meaningless. But, the only way to resolve this passive situation was to consume the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. And, this matter indeed could not be done by the three-legged golden crow. Otherwise, once he was injured, although there were many remaining 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, none of them could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. The situation would instantly deteriorate. Everyone was well aware of this matter, but they did not point it out. Now that the three-legged golden crow said it in public, although it was a fact, when it fell into the ears of the other 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, it made their bodies tremble at the same time, and their expressions immediately became a little strange. Heaven-falling arrow. The heaven-falling bow was known as the most powerful magical ability, and its power was already heaven-defying. Now that it appeared in the hands of a peak heavenly Dao ferocious beast of the 9th stage, even the three-legged golden crow, who had stepped into the peak of the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts for many years and ranked 10th among the countless starry sky ferocious beasts in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, was afraid and did not dare to be careless. Then, if it were them, whose cultivation and strength were far inferior to the three-legged golden crow, were hit by this arrow, the final result was obvious. Then, it was clearly the rhythm of courting death. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Therefore, although the three-legged golden crow's words were reasonable, in fact, it was not realistic at all. This was not only a matter of personal interests, but also a matter of life and death. If they really gritted their teeth and resisted, they were simply tired of living, and it was no different from courting death. Because of this, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void not only trembled slightly, but all of them had strange expressions on their faces. No one responded to this suggestion at all. The three-legged golden crow had obviously expected such a situation, but since he said such words in public, it was obviously not without reason. He had his own calculations and confidence. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the silence that appeared in the surrounding void at all. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at all the 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts around him. In the end, his eyes focused, and his gaze fell on one of them, and he did not look away. Fellow Taoist golden crow, feeling the burning gaze of the three-legged golden crow locked onto him, this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body trembled violently, and his expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the three-legged golden crow as a conditioned reflex, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but he hesitated. This was a blood-horned rhinoceros. Its body was 50 million miles long, and its entire body was silver-white. However, there was a blood horn on its head, like a giant pillar that supported the sky, giving people a shocking feeling. As for the cultivation aura that emanated from its body, it had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, just like the primeval heaven's eye. However, its aura was not very stable. If there were no accidents, it should have just broken through not long ago and successfully stepped into the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The three-legged golden crow's intention was very clear. He clearly wanted this blood-horned rhinoceros with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm to attack Yi Xian and exhaust the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. With his late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level of the 8th level, if he did not care about the price and used his strongest bloodline divine ability as if he was risking his life, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Looking at his hesitant look, it was clear that the three-legged golden crow had something on him. If the latter insisted on it, he would most likely not be able to refuse. Fellow Taoist blood-horned rhinoceros, I once saved your life, and you once made a promise. In addition, 100 years ago, you successfully broke through and stepped into the 8th level. It was also because of my help. However, seeing that this blood-horned rhinoceros seemed unwilling, a cold light flashed in the three-legged golden crow's eyes, and an extremely deep voice of divine sense was transmitted again. But, these words came to an abrupt end halfway through, but the meaning was very clear. Since he owed the three-legged golden crow a life, even if he was unwilling, he could only act according to the plan. This was clearly forcing him to do something beyond his ability. If he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would despise him and even add insult to injury. The result would still be death, and he would have a bad reputation. His reputation would include the forbidden land behind him, as well as the subordinates and bloodline descendants he left behind there. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow and be dealt with one by one. Chapter 51:20. Following the three-legged golden crow's words, the blood-horned rhinoceros's body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes flashed with a thick sense of despair. He knew that today's calamity of death was unavoidable. The three-legged golden crow had already made it clear. Even if he was being forced to die, he was in the right. Faced in such a situation, if he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would look down on him and even hit him when he was down. In that case, his final outcome would still be death, and he would also have a bad reputation. His reputation would affect the forbidden land behind him, as well as his subordinates and bloodline descendants. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow, and be dealt with one by one. Choosing the lesser of two evils. Since his death was inevitable, the blood-horned rhinoceros naturally knew how to choose. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was incomparably mournful, revealing endless indignation and resentment. Boom! Rumble! Pft! Before the ruthless howl could fade away, his huge body, which was 50 million kilometers long, had already shot forward. The cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm in his body was pushed to the limit, transforming into an extremely bright ray of light that passed through the lightning and collided with the distant demon hall master, Yi Xian. Halfway through, the ferocious blood horn on his head that was like a pillar that supported the heavens strangely separated from his head. Its speed was twice that of his body, and in the blink of an eye, it had shot forward and was still in front of him, still shooting towards Yi Xian. In the end, he was still unwilling to use his body to face the heaven-shattering arrow in the hands of the skeleton avatar. The result was certain to be death. But now, he had activated the strongest secret technique in his bloodline, extracting 90% of his terrifying heavenly Tao realm level 8 cultivation into the blood horn on his head. It separated from his head and shot towards the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Furthermore, the blood horn's speed was doubled under the activation of his strongest bloodline ability. In an instant, it had closed in on the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Century at that time, in order to block this attack, the blood-horned rhinoceros could only shoot out the only heavenfall arrow in his hand. Although the result of this would definitely be the destruction of his blood-horned rhinoceros, causing his foundation to be damaged and injuring his essence, if he was lucky, it was extremely likely that the blood-horned rhinoceros behind the blood-horned rhinoceros would be able to escape this calamity. At the very least, it would be able to preserve its life and not perish. This was precisely his plan. Even though he was already prepared to die, as long as there was a chance of survival, no one would not do their best to fight for it. You're quite clever, but this is also good. You've escaped this calamity, and you've repaid this senior's favor. Looking at it, you've profited. Seeing this, the eyes of the three-legged golden crow in the distance flashed and he muttered with his divine sense, revealing a sense of extreme confidence. It was obvious that even with his eyesight, he could tell that the blood-horned rhinoceros's attack was extraordinary and stunning. Its speed was too fast, and its power was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. Even the demon palace master, Yi Xian, could only use the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand to block this attack. This expanse of space had already fallen into complete chaos under the powerful pressure of those 30 ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao. Even teleportation was absolutely impossible to evade. 8th Order of the Heavenly Tao? Not bad. Unfortunately, you want to force this king to shoot this one and only heaven-shattering arrow? You're not worthy. When he saw this scene, a dark light flashed through the eyes of the violent ape. A look of disdain appeared on his face, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Before he finished speaking, the Black Mist Avatar had already fully activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind. Wang, a continuous and weak high-frequency vibrating sound rang out, and 2 streaks of blood light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the Black Mist body without any warning. The speed was too fast, and it also surpassed the speed of lightning. The 2 streaks of blood light merged into one halfway and headed straight for him. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the towering blood horn that was shooting towards him. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. These streaks of blood-colored light were like liquid. After colliding with the towering blood horn, they did not explode. Instead, they instantly spread out along the blood horn like a layer of blood-colored dye. Seeing this scene, the blood-horned rhinoceros following closely behind the towering blood horn suddenly froze. The light in its eyes also became incomparably shocked at this moment. Although it did not know what exactly the blood-colored liquid that instantly spread on the blood horn was and what kind of power it had an extremely bad feeling in its heart. This. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in a 1/10 of an instant. In a split second, everything changed just like that. This gigantic blood horn that was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and in an instant, it would approach Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread out from the blood horn flashed. The incomparably huge blood horn that supported the heavens actually turned around in an instant, following the path that it came from. Its speed was even faster, and the blood-horned rhinoceros that was following closely behind was completely unable to react in time. Hiss! What kind of secret technique is this? Boom! With a drastic change in expression, the blood-horned rhinoceros gasped. Before it could let out a cry of alarm, its enormous body had already been struck by the blood horn. An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the towering blood horn and its enormous body exploded together, turning into a shocking blood mist. The eyes of the black fog clone flashed, and with a wave of its hand, it was absorbed into its body. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly law ferocious beast had been killed. Furthermore, it was a late-stage 8th order heavenly law ferocious beast. At this point, from the beginning of the battle until now, Yi Xian had killed 4 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Of the original 33 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had gathered, only 29 were left. Everything has just begun. After instantly finishing off the 8th order blood-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian immediately sneered. His body shook slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a dark green light shot out. It expanded with the wind, transforming into a dark green withered claw that was 1,000,000 kilometers long. Netherworld claw, claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. All of a sudden, the black mist clone let loose a thunderous roar as it waved its hands through the air again. Streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were millions of kilometers in size each, and they shot forth in all directions. There were a total of 29 of these dark green withered claws, and each of them took a heavenly law ferocious beast. Back then, with the evolution of Yi Xian's netherworld physique, Yi Xian also obtained the netherworld claw that corresponded to the bloodline of the netherworld physique. In the beginning, when he used the netherworld claw bloodline ability, he could only manifest one form, which was the dark green withered claws that he was currently using. However, later on, Yi Xian also comprehended the second form, which was claw forms the netherworld. Now, as the 29 dark green withered claws rumbled forward, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the second form of the netherworld claw was fully activated by him. Netherworld claw, claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. As the black mist clone waved its hands through the air, streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were over 1,000,000 kilometers in size each. The claws then shot forth in all directions, and the ferocious ape let loose a frosty cry once again. At this moment, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw was fully activated by him. Almost at the same time, the 29 dark green withered claws that shot out exploded with a loud boom, and a raging dark green strange energy swirled in the void, expanding and retracting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dark green skull that was 1,000,000 kilometers long, and its huge eye sockets were leaping with sinister flames. In the blink of an eye, it was millions of kilometers away, and as if it had teleported, it rushed in all directions. However, this was clearly not the end. Everything was still just the beginning. Netherworld claw? You actually have the bloodline ability of the remote antiquity ghost. As the 29 dark green withered claws shot out and exploded, they transformed into 29 green skulls that were millions of kilometers long. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the three-legged golden crow. The deep voice of the divine sense was heard again in an instant. Damn it, where did you come from? Aren't their methods and foundations a little too many and too complicated? Rumble. Then, as the deep voice of the divine sense sounded, the three-legged golden crow, which was nearly 100 million kilometers long, quickly retreated. It was too huge, and its speed was too fast. Unknowingly, there was an earth-shaking rumble of thunder in the void. Although the netherworld claw was also an extremely powerful remote antiquity technique, it was actually not at the same level as the fallen sky bow. It was too weak. But, even so, the three-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the fallen sky bow. Fallen sky bow. The fallen sky bow was the most powerful divine sense. Its power was too strong, and it dominated the world. It was said that it could even shoot down the will of the heavenly way with one arrow. Although the netherworld claw did not have such terrifying power, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity netherworld. The remote antiquity netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world. Its bloodline ability was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure of the remote antiquity would be greatly reduced. It could be said that when the three-legged golden crow saw a huge blood-green skull with a diameter of millions of kilometers shooting toward him, the reason why he hurriedly retreated was actually not because he was afraid of its power, but because he was worried that he would be contaminated and be damaged. It was hated by ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing. If stained, it would only be ominous, and there was no benefit at all. Even the three-legged golden crow, who was at the peak of the great perfection stage of the 9th level, was already so scared. Needless to say, the other 28 heavenly way ferocious beasts were even worse. Including the primordial heavenly Tao green eye, the other 28 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts immediately retreated in disgust at the sight of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of kilometers long shooting toward them. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! The speed was too fast. These 29 dark green skulls were originally in the form of energy, and they were activated by the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity netherworld. Blinking, it was already close in the blink of an eye. Without any suspense, all the skulls exploded with a flash of green light in their eyes. In the next moment, it was as though a torrential rain of blood had fallen from the sky. 29 dark green skulls, each of which was tens of millions of miles long, had locked onto the figure and aura of a heavenly law ferocious beast. They tried their best to get close before exploding. Roar. Screech, damn it, it can even self-explode, I can't see. My eyes are stained by the splashing dirty green blood. It's extremely painful. Roar, too shameless. This kind of extremely evil bloodline ability actually detonated directly. This is intentional. It's deliberately disgusting. Roar. 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 There were a few late-stage and peak-stage existences, including the three-legged golden crow and the green eye of the heavenly way of untainted land, but more than 20 powerful beasts were all affected. After the dark green skulls in front of them exploded, the blood-green dirty green blood stained their bodies, causing various consequences in an instant. In addition, the invisible shock wave caused by the explosion of the huge dark green skulls could not be underestimated. Even if it was just some superficial wounds, as long as the skin was broken, the blood-green dirty soul blood would immediately invade and cause more serious injuries. In just a short moment, more than half of the 29 powerful heavenly law ferocious beasts were injured. Although none of them were heavily injured and only suffered light injuries, they were in an extremely sorry state, and it was extremely embarrassing. Even more. What made people speechless was that they were clearly besieging one person with 29 heavenly way ferocious beasts, but in the end, they ended up like this. The other party suddenly attacked and forced them to be in such a sorry state despite being outnumbered. How could they endure it? Roar, damn it, isn't it just some dirty soul blood? Its power is nothing more than this. Why are you so scared? Seeing the scene of everyone retreating, the three-legged golden crow in the distant void suddenly roared. In the incomparably deep voice of the divine sense, there was endless monstrous anger. If anyone dares to retreat, don't blame this venerable one for not recognizing you and directly killing you. Roar, the old guy said it nicely and righteously, but he seemed to have forgotten that when he saw the huge dark green skulls rumbling over, he was the first one to withdraw first, he was the first one to retreat, and now he was completely fine, but he was reprimanding the others. It really made people speechless. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Except for the few late-stage heavenly way beasts such as the primeval heaven's eye who were not affected by this attack, the other 20 or so heavenly way beasts immediately frowned. A dark light flashed in their eyes, and displeasure appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, although they were dissatisfied and could even be said to be resentful, their cultivation and strength were too far apart from the three-legged golden crow. At most, they could only secretly snort a few times. They were completely angry but did not dare to say anything. But Yi Xian was obviously not among them. It was rare to encounter such a good opportunity, so he naturally would not be stingy with his derogatory words. Ha ha ha, old man, quickly raise your hand and touch your face. See if your face is still there. Just now, you were the first one to withdraw and retreat, okay? Now, you are saying such words. What is your face made of? With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the corner of Bao Yuan's mouth outlined an incomparably clear mocking smile, and the voice of divine sense was even more impolite. But, not only that, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, the spiritual lightning technique was activated by the black fog doppelganger. Under the full power of the black fog doppelganger, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from above the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head. An invisible attack was the most fatal. Then, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was activated by the black fog clone. All under the activation of its power, a blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head without any warning. Crack, oh woo, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded, followed by an incomparably shrill and miserable howl that entered one's ears and heart. This miserable howl came from the three-legged golden crow's mouth. Caught off guard, he was struck by the spiritual thunder lightning technique head-on. Lightning, the speed of lightning was extremely fast to begin with, but ordinary lightning had traces to follow. At the very least, it could be dodged. For starry sky experts, if nothing unexpected happened, the moment the lightning stuck its head out of the tribulation cloud and suddenly struck down, their hearts would already be on guard. Basically, they could dodge in advance. However, Yi Xian's spiritual thunder lightning technique was an exception. Ordinary starry sky experts' divine sense power could still be followed, but divine sense power was the same as the biological frequency of the starry sky Zerg. It was invisible and was an extremely special energy that could not be touched at all. Furthermore, after the spiritual thunder lightning technique was cast, an incomparably violent divine sense power would first quietly condense above the target's head. After accumulating power, it would suddenly explode and instantly strike down. It was simply unpredictable. This was especially so when the one casting the spiritual thunder lightning technique was Yi Xian. Not only was he a powerful existence at the heavenly Tao realm, he was even at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage. A bolt of spiritual thunder lightning suddenly exploded. If one could capture its form, they would see that the lightning bolt had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, apart from the caster of the spiritual thunder lightning technique, Yi Xian, the other heavenly Tao experts present could not even detect the scale of the spiritual thunder lightning technique. When their divine sense power swept over, it was completely empty. There was nothing. Although the three-legged golden crow was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage, and his cultivation was even stronger than Yi Xian's, he was still unable to dodge the spiritual thunder lightning technique. Now that he had been struck by it head-on, he was in an extremely sorry state. There were even a few black feathers that slowly floated down in the void. However, it was impossible for the spiritual thunder lightning technique to kill him on the spot. Even if it heavily injured him, it was impossible. The three-legged golden crow, who had been struck, only suffered light injuries. This was because he had once devoured countless stars in an entire great world and transformed his body into a black gold sun. Although it was not a thunderbolt, its attributes were similar to that of thunderbolts, and it was also scorching hot. No, if it were any other starry sky expert with a body of flesh and blood, even if they had the same cultivation level as him and were at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the level of Yi Xian, they would definitely not be able to withstand the spiritual thunder lightning technique so easily. They would probably be heavily injured at the very least. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short period of time. From the moment the blood-horned rhinoceros charged out, to its meteorite attack, to Yi Xian conjuring 29 black-green withered claws with a wave of his hand to activate the claw netherworld, all of this happened one after another. And now, he had activated the spiritual thunder lightning technique without warning, and a 1,000,000-kilometer-long blood-red lightning bolt struck the three-legged golden crow's head, causing it to cry out in pain. All of this happened in just a short span of a dozen breaths. A few breaths of time would have passed in the blink of an eye, but during this period of time, the blood-horned rhinoceros, an 8th-level heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, had fallen. Almost all of the other 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts had been injured by the self-destruction of the Netherworld Claw's netherworld. Although they were only lightly injured, they were all in an extremely sorry state. Even more shockingly, even the three-legged golden crow, whose cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, and who was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, had been caught off guard and was struck by the lightning bolt. It was utterly humiliating. Such a valiant battle record all came from the hands of Yi Xian alone, and he was facing dozens of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, yet he was still able to run amok and kill in all directions. This kind of style was so domineering that it made people want to point their fingers at him. The strength of his might was simply undefeatable. Roar! Ruthless, 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 damn it. What exactly is this fellow's background? Why does he possess so many divine abilities? This Netherworld Claw is clearly a supreme bloodline divine ability of the primordial Netherworld clan. Although its might is limited, it's filthy to the extreme and instills fear in others. And that blood-red bolt of lightning from before had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers, and its might caused others to raise their eyebrows. It just so happened to be silent and directly exploded above their heads. How could they avoid it? And that strange secret technique that killed the blood-horned rhinoceros earlier. The might of that towering blood-horn was so terrifying, and its speed was so swift, yet it was actually turned around by him in an instant and killed the blood-horned rhinoceros instead. This sort of secret technique is unheard of as well. Based on the situation, this doesn't seem to be all that he possesses. This fellow is too mysterious, and his methods are too varied. Fighting him is simply asking for a beating. His various secret techniques are impossible to guard against. The crux of the matter is still that sky-split arrow in the hands of the skeleton clone. The blood-horned rhinoceros has already fallen, yet it sacrificed itself for nothing. It's meaningless. That sky-split arrow is still there, and it's capable of deterring everyone. How can this battle continue? Screech, I don't want to give up, roar, under the shock in their hearts, the group of heavenly law beasts that had retreated to the surroundings all exclaimed and roared. These words were tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, making the three-legged golden crow, who had just been struck by the spiritual lightning technique, even angrier. It roared toward the sky. As the roar fell, the three-legged golden crow had already turned around and scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed with a dark light, and his incomparably deep divine sense clearly revealed a strong sense of suppressed anger. Everyone, since things have come to this point, we can't continue to delay. The heavenly falling arrow in his hand must be consumed. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained, and I won't be able to use it at all. I can't do this myself. Fellow friends, who is willing to do it for me? In other words, it was clearly looking for a person to follow in the footsteps of the blood-horned rhinoceros. There was a moment of silence in the void. Except for the three-legged golden crow, the other 28 heavenly law ferocious beasts looked at each other. Their expressions all became strange, but for a moment, no one responded at all. Open. What a joke. The strongest among them was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Dao realm, which was about the same strength as the blood-horned rhinoceros. As for the blood-horned rhinoceros, such a powerful and fierce attack was reversed in an instant, causing him to explode. Die. So aggrieved, dying under one's strongest bloodline divine ability. Just thinking about it made people feel depressed and speechless. It was simply too tragic. In this situation, the three-legged golden crow wanted someone to replace the blood-horned rhinoceros. Who would be willing to do it? Dante say that there's no confidence in forcing the sky-split arrow out of his hand. Even if it can be done, the price paid will definitely be unbearable. It's very likely that one will die on the spot. Unless one's brain is kicked by a donkey, no one will be interested in such a thing. At this point, we can't delay any longer. The sky-split arrow in his hand has to be exhausted. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained. I won't be able to produce the desired effect. As the roar faded away, the three-legged golden crow swept his gaze towards the surroundings, and a dark light flickered in his eyes. An extremely deep voice resounded through his divine sense, and it revealed a wisp of strongly suppressed rage. I'm unable to do this myself. Fellow Taoists, who is willing to do it for me? Naturally, no one was willing to do such a thing. The 28 heavenly law beasts in the surrounding void fell into silence. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, and there was a suffocating feeling that couldn't be dispersed, a bunch of motley crew. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered. Bao Yuan said sarcastically. Then, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the primeval heaven's eye on the right, although there were still quite a few heavenly Tao beasts present, a total of 29 of them. Amongst the 29 heavenly Tao beasts, the one that Yi Xian wanted to kill the most was obviously the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. This matter was originally not urgent, but the atmosphere at the scene was a little strange. Even Yi Xian could clearly feel that at least half of the heavenly law beasts had already shown signs of retreating. They definitely didn't think of such a result at first, but now it had become a reality. The skeletal clones of Yi Xian's three great demon bodies had the Skysplit Bao's most powerful divine ability. Although the three-legged golden crow was a peak heavenly law beast at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, it was originally completely capable of restraining him head-on. Next, at this time, all the remaining heavenly law beasts were waiting around, each looking for an opportunity. Even if they had to grind Yi Xian to death, they could still wear him down. Unfortunately, although this plan was perfect, the three-legged golden crow didn't dare to really charge in front of Yi Xian and restrain him head-on because of the Skysplit Bao's existence. If that was the case, once Yi Xian shot this arrow, the three-legged golden crow would lose its only peak combat power that could restrain Yi Xian head-on if it wasn't careful. However, the only chance he had to use up the Skysplit arrow in Yi Xian's hand had been wasted. Now, no one was willing to take the initiative to take on this mission. The so-called joint encirclement and suppression had instantly turned into a joke. Dang, however, the three-legged golden crow was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th level. He had the ability to use force, but once that was the case, the so-called alliance that wasn't tight to begin with would instantly collapse. Not only was the three-legged golden crow well aware of this, the other heavenly law beasts also knew. From the looks of it, there was clearly no chance or possibility of suppressing Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, rather than staying here and enduring the risk of being targeted and killed by Yi Xian, it was better to retreat. If someone really took the lead to leave, the other heavenly law beasts would definitely not be willing to fall behind. A portion of the heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void would soon leave, at least a third of them. Once this scene appeared, with Yi Xian's understanding of the primeval heaven's eye, he would definitely not continue to stay here. He would most likely escape immediately. Therefore, if they wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate him, this matter could not be delayed any longer. They had to act as soon as possible. Yi Xian's gaze quickly shifted and landed on a 5th-level heavenly law beast not far from the heavenly law green eye. Previously, his target had always been a 4th to 6th-level heavenly law beast. Therefore, it was normal for him to choose this heavenly law beast to attack. It would not arouse suspicion. Netherworld claw into the netherworld. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the black mist clone, and it waved its right hand through the air. A burst of light shot forth, instantly transforming into a dark green claw that was over 500,000 kilometers in size. At the same time, a frosty cry rang out from the ferocious ape's mouth. In an instant, the incomparably complicated patterns on the dark green withered claw suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw had been fully activated by him. The speed was too fast. The dark green withered claw had already exploded on its way. The devastating dark green strange energy swirled in the air, expanding and retracting as it swallowed and retracted. Half in a breath, it turned into a huge dark green skull. Dense flames jumped in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. As if it had teleported, it arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye and exploded. Screech! The heavenly law beast's eyelids twitched violently. It raised its head and let out a violent roar, immediately retreating. Roar! At this moment, the three-headed, six-armed devil ape's true form followed closely behind the dark green skull, closing in on it in the blink of an eye. Hesitating, the black fog clone opened its mouth and roared violently. As it roared, the destructive vortex was activated. The purple-black spirit source core suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness in the central domain also began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spirit origin energy contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. This tiny speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the origin energy in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of the opponent, it immediately exploded. The boundless and boundless spirit origin energy collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape instantly swung the big-headed black stick in its hand. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. The violent ape's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed on its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its neck at the same time. Although this heavenly law ferocious beast's cultivation was not bad, it was not just a little bit weaker than Yi Xian. Same as in the face of the crushing power of the claw netherworld and the spiritual vortex, in addition to the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's punch following closely behind, it did not have time to react at all. The majestic power had already surged into its body. Half in a breath, its entire body, which was tens of millions of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Black the fog clone suddenly waved its hand, and immediately, an invisible force surged out and turned into an invisible gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept up the bloody mist that had exploded into its body and directly sent it to the bottom of the central domain volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another of the 29 heavenly law ferocious beasts had fallen. Now, there were only 28 left. In the surrounding void, the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The three-legged golden crow was so angry that it directly raised its head and roared angrily. However, there was nothing it could do. It did not dare to go forward, because after the punch, the skeleton clone raised its left arm, and the giant golden bow instantly appeared again. The golden heaven-destroying slip on the bowstring was clearly aimed at him from afar, locking on to his aura. All of this was just Yi Xian's tactic. Killing this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast was just to avoid being seen and relax the primeval heaven's eyes' vigilance. Therefore, when this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yi Xian activated the spiritual lightning technique to attack with all its might.